civil and quiet as we listen. No outbursts, makes it easier for everybody. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to August 19th, 2025, regular City Commission meeting, revised. May I have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Betty Resch,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Mimi May,
Present.
No, it's the button.
Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Present.
Thank you very much. We're going to have the invocation by Sarah Malaga and the Pledge of Allegiance by Mimi May.
Say it my way. Thank you all. May you bow your heads. Tonight I'm going to be reminding us all of Ephesians 4:31 through 32. Get rid of all bitterness, rage, anger, harsh words, and slander, as well as all types of evil behavior. Instead, be kind to each other, tender-hearted, forgiving one another, just as God through Christ has forgiven you. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ah, the phrasing's all wrong. Are there any additions, deletions, or reordering? Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have Colonel Eric Coleman with us from PBSO tonight, and Captain Karn, I spoke with him earlier, did ask if it was possible if they could have a little bit of time at the beginning of the meeting.
Absolutely.
Bring that up.
And when do we want to do the before presentations?
Probably under presentations. I see we only have two proclamations
okay.
tonight, so.
Where are my proclamations?
Or what?
Madam Clerk?
Oh,
I have no proclamations on my desk.
Oops, I will print them, sorry.
Okay.
So while he speaks, I'll get the proclamations done.
Okay, so we're going to just amend the agenda to have Colonel Coleman speak. Do we have a motion in favor of that?
Motion to amend?
And second? by-
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having me here.
You just introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Eric Coleman. I'm a colonel with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. I oversee the Department of Uniform Operations. Thank you for having me here. I'm here on behalf of Sheriff Rick Bradshaw, who unfortunately had another engagement. It's kind of a bit of a homecoming for me. I was a police officer in Lake Worth, City of Lake Worth PD in the mid-'80s, so it's nice to be back. Good things are happening in Lake Worth. We've been your service provider here since 2008. So over the last 17, years, we've built a lot of relationships in the community, built a lot of trust, and worked with a lot of different groups to ensure public safety. Public safety is always our priority. It always will be. We're worried about keeping the community safe. There has been some recent changes to immigration laws within this country that you've seen, particularly in the state of Florida with Statute 908. That does come with certain requirements for all elected officials, constitutional officers, as well as police officers and sheriff's deputies. We are not the immigration police. We have plenty of other priorities within our communities. School started last week. We've got a traffic nightmare at all of our schools throughout the county. We have homeless issues we're dealing with. Plenty of things to keep us busy. However, under Statute 908, under the new rules, if we encounter someone in the course of our duties that happens to have a detainer warrant in the system, there's about 1.5 million of them, last I heard, that are in the system, we are required by statute to contact ICE and seek their guidance as to whether they want us to take that person into custody or release them or deliver them or whatever guidance they give us. I can tell you that most of the time that these folks are coming into probably the most likely scenario we more often see than not is people that are driving without a driver's license. And that's kind of how they're coming into interact with us. But the sheriff has made it very clear that that's not our priority. Our priority is to keep the community safe, which we will continue to do. However, if ICE or Florida Highway Patrol or any other local, state, or federal law enforcement agency happen to be working in the town and they need our assistance in the lawful performance of their duties, we're required by the Constitution to do so. And we took an oath, and we have to do it. So we've had a couple incidents here. Captain Karn has the information that he will leave with you all to contact the administrations at the Florida Highway Patrol or at ICE should any citizens want to make a complaint against a member of those agencies. If anyone suspects that a member of the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office is engaged in any misconduct, by all means, go to www.pbso.org and you can file a complaint there, or you could call the station and ask to speak to a supervisor.
I just have a couple questions. When you
Sure.
mentioned the warrants, it sounds to me, and I do have, if you stopped anyone for no license or whatever reason you stopped someone, and there's an outstanding warrant of any kind,
Correct.
you are compelled, I understand, as my understanding is, to act on that warrant.
Absolutely. As
So
a
whether
former
it's a
prosecutor,
warrant-
I think you know
Former
it quite well.
prosecutor, I do.
Yeah.
So, and I'm sure you're aware of the past weekend has been, unfortunately, with agencies, not the PBSO, because you're right, the PBSO, since they started, we have a great relationship with the PBSO. We don't have complaints from citizens about police brutality. We understand that the current, everyone's been working really hard to establish that relationship between every member of our community, working in the community, going out into the community, and we really appreciate that. So
Thank
it
you.
breaks my heart. And so as a result of that, there's been trust that has been built up between our residents and PBSO. And it just kind of breaks my heart to think that another outside agency can come in, and I've seen the videos, which are disturbing and horrific. I just hate to see that relationship jeopardized, frankly. And so just so they understand, so are you saying that anyone, if they see the police brutality, can contact that agency?
Correct. And we will give you the contact information. Maybe you can put it on your website.
Okay.
And, they have their equivalent to our internal affairs. Every organization does, law enforcement agency.
Yeah.
And I would encourage that if someone felt that, something was handled inappropriately, that they do contact them.
Okay. We really appreciate you coming down. To me, it shows our community that you are taking this seriously, that you understand we've had, I mean, I don't know about everybody else, but I have gotten a lot of phone calls and a lot of texts and a lot of
Sure.
real concern about this past week. The past week has been kind of a rough week for our citizens, our residents. So I want to thank you for being here and taking it seriously and addressing it. Ms. Malega.
Thank you. Thank you again for being here. I do support PBSO in everything that you do.
Thank you.
It's simple. You don't break the law, you don't get in trouble. You don't flee, you don't get chased. But again, like the mayor said, I will not tolerate police brutality of any sort in our city. And it's not fair to PBSO that we've been working so many years for this community trust and to make the call y'all and the flyers in Spanish and English and Creole and teaching everyone, if you see something, say something.
Yes.
And now I feel like I think if we look at data 10 months from now, we're gonna see a huge drop in calls, which is gonna hurt my heart, because if a woman's being beat, I want her to make a phone call.
Correct. And let me add to that. There are systems in place with the state attorney's office that if an undocumented migrant is the victim of a crime, particularly a violent crime, there are visas that can be applied for that can stay any deportation orders and things like that. But so there are processes, because absolutely, we do not want victims of serious crime to feel that they cannot report those crimes. So absolutely.
I'm hoping that there's a way that we can continue to educate the community.
Yeah.
Through the Guatemala Maya Center, through the Guatemala Embassy and the consulate, through Bridges programs, the schools.
Yeah.
That PBSO is our friend, you're our ally.
Yep.
And that we still, there's still a layer of protection for you. And, we support PBSO, but we do not support what's happening on the brutality side. And I think that if we can work through that we can keep that strength of that relationship together. And
Yes.
just you showing up here
Really.
shows that Lake Refuge matters. So thank
Absolutely.
you.
And the sheriff did hold a symposium, if you will, with the Hispanic leaders and Hispanic religious groups. I think it was about
I
2
was
months
there.
ago.
We were there.
At the Hilton.
Yeah.
And, I think he made it very clear what our role is. And if we need to do that again in 6 months from now or whatever, I'm sure he will.
If you do it again, do it in Spanish.
That was the thing. His whole speech was in English. We understood what he
Okay.
was saying.
I think we
was
can
just a
accommodate
suggestion.
that.
But it
Yeah.
was good. I mean, the Latin, I mean, there were leaders from the churches, from the neighborhood groups. It was really a great outreach, and we
Absolutely.
appreciate that. Mr. McCoy?
Thank you. I hear you on the efforts. I hear you on the efforts, and I hear my colleagues on the efforts to make law enforcement through PBSO work as well as possible in our community and provide the serve and protect that we assume that would be part of our contract with the folks. I'm a lot less optimistic about the trust aspect. I did have a conversation just before you spoke with Captain Karn and learned some more things about what the legal requirements are. But I have to tell you, when 26 cop cars are on one block for a warrant for the only thing the person has done is driving without a license, and then when they got apprehended by Florida Highway Patrol, I don't know the person, so I can't speak to what was in their mind. But all of us, particularly in the immigrant community, are very aware of the words coming out of Washington. We will dispose of you. People from DHS going to a miserable prison in El Salvador and cheering people being sent there. Lack of due process, where attorneys cannot speak to the folks that are detained. Even though the spokesperson for DHS says very clearly, oh, they will have access. I know any number of attorneys who have said, Alligator Alcatraz, we can't get through to them.
Okay.
So when 26 people show up for yes, it's a felony warrant, I understand. And I understand that probably somebody from Florida Highway Patrol was pissed that
Well,
one of the
just to
immigrants
correct the
managed to
record,
get away.
Boy, we're not attacking.
But
We're talking about the sheriff.
you have a very big task to rebuild that trust. And when an American citizen is trying to give water to the mother and young children sitting on the curb while all this is going on, and one of your deputies runs across and tackles them and throws them to the ground and handcuffs them, yeah, the trust level isn't what it might be.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Segwich?
I'd just like to thank PBSO for the job that they've been doing for our community.
Thank you.
In the short time I've been on the dais, I've had a very productive relationship with Captain Karn, his lieutenant, the major, and I've seen a real difference in some of the areas where we need help. The issues with immigration and federal agencies, I think we all completely understand that there's laws. Laws have to be followed. And that, in Florida, statutes do mandate interagency cooperation.
Correct.
I would caution my fellow commissioners that, conflating some issues and leaving out important facts for sensationalism is wrong as well. When 26 officers show up to an individual who has barricaded themselves in a home for several hours with other occupants in that home, unknown hostage situation, the story starts to become a little bit more understandable. Because it's not just one individual where 26 officers showed up. It was an individual held up in a house for many hours who was on a felony warrant, unknown status of weapons, and for the health and safety of the neighbors, the people of that neighborhood, the people and occupants of that house, I feel that PBSO did a great job. That incident, as far as I know, ended with no injuries,
Correct.
no death, no loss of life, and was successfully resolved. And, I would like to commend you guys for that and for ensuring that, our neighborhoods and our residents are safe. And, by you guys working with those other agencies, you have a hand in that. So thank you.
And that was at the forefront for us, that, we'd rather have a few extra there and keep everything calm and safe versus not have enough So that's what the focus is always on, public safety. And I believe he was charged with escape, so that's a little different than, a traffic violation or, I can't remember. how you
No, we're
termed
not,
it.
we're not.
But, it is a serious offense. It turned into a serious offense. It's a felony, so, but like you said, luckily everything ended well. And we're available to meet, with your groups if at all necessary. We had a great participation with the groups here in the town, and we'll continue to do so.
Well, please thank the sheriff for having you to come down here.
Okay, I sure
Thank you
will.
for taking your time. And say hi to my niece if you run into her.
Okay.
She's
All right,
missing
thank you.
persons. Thank you so much. Okay, next up, we have proclamations. The first proclamation, and I didn't wear purple and apparently was supposed to, is about Women's Equality Day, which is certainly under attack these days. In 1848, 5 trailblazing women organized the Seneca Falls Convention and created the Declaration of Sentiments, a platform that called on women to fight for their constitutionally guaranteed right to equality as U.S. citizens. And whereas, at the 1851 Women's Rights Convention, Sojourner Truth delivered one of the most famous women's rights speeches, "Ain't I a Woman?" calling for Black women to be included in women's suffrage. And in 1865, Sojourner Truth, worked at the Freedmen's Village in Arlington Heights. And whereas in 1920, Gertrude Crocker, a noted suffragist and treasurer for the National Women's Party, and one of the 12 women who participated in the first ever picket protest outside the White House, moved to Arlington and became active in civil affairs. And whereas the fight for women's suffrage lasted more than 72 years, with women from all walks of life demanding the right to voice their opinions at the polls. Yet the ratification of the 19th Amendment in 1920 ensured that primarily white women could vote. It would be another 45 years before women of color had the legal protection to vote through the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Whereas, in 2020, the centennial of the ratification of the 19th Amendment, women of all backgrounds were not only voting, but they were also running for and winning elected office in unprecedented numbers, including the highest office in the country. And whereas Women's Equality Day commemorates the passage of the 19th Amendment, which gave women the right to vote in the United States in 1920, the observance of Women's Equality Day not only commemorates the passage of the 19th Amendment, but also calls attention to the women's continuing efforts towards full equality, which is an ongoing struggle. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me, and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim August 26, 2025 as Women's Equality Day in the City of Lake Worth Beach, and encourage residents to follow in the footsteps of those great suffragettes, female leaders, and civil rights leaders, and to continue to be sentinels for democracy and justice. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, to be affixed this 19th day of August, 2025. And thank you all. Keep up the fight, ladies.
Is there anybody here to receive that?
Would you like, is there anyone here who would like to be, would receive?
I'm good.
You're here.
I am
Carol,
good.
you're here.
Now,
You're just,
also-
all right, come on.
Well, can we get a picture with all the ladies? Yeah.
You meant to, it's National Organization
Women's
for
Equality.
Women, not women.
She's got a sign.
For women, they're for us, aren't they? They love us, they want us to be happy.
Show me your sign.
This is from an album program several years ago that we had, 2020. It's 100 years. We have to work together. Thank you.
I remember this still, I remember. We have another proclamation which Miss Mimi May will be reading.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Tyler Glock to come on up to receive this. Yeah, come on. I'm going to read the proclamation and then I'm going to ask you just to say a couple of words.
Sure.
Tyler is on the board of the Palm Beach County Recovery Hub, and after the proclamation, he's going to invite us to an event.
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right, proclamation. Whereas August 31st is recognized as International Overdose Awareness Day, the world's largest annual campaign to end overdose. Remember those we have lost to an overdose, acknowledge the grief of the families and friends left behind, and renew our commitment to end overdose and related harms. And whereas the campaign raises awareness of overdose, which is one of the world's worst public health crises, and stimulates action and discussion about evidence-based overdose prevention and drug policy. Whereas addiction is an American Medical Association defined disease and the stigma associated with addiction must be addressed so that no one feels shame or disgrace over illegal or illegal drug poisoning overdose. And whereas drug poisoning overdose is the #1 cause of injury deaths in the nation, surpassing deaths from motor vehicle accidents or gun homicides. Yeah. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach remains committed to raising awareness in order to combat stigma and educate our community about prescription drug poisoning overdose prevention. Now therefore, she, Betty Resch, by virtue of the authority vested in her as mayor of the city of Lake Worth Beach, and on behalf of the city commission, do hereby proclaim August 31st, 2025 as Overdose Awareness Day, and urge all residents of the city of Lake Worth Beach to learn about this disease and to aid and support those that are affected by it. In witness thereof, she has set her hand and caused the seal of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, to be affixed hereto on this 19th day of August, 2025. I'm going to give this to you, and Tyler's just going to say a couple words. Yeah, we'll do a picture after.
Maybe more than a couple, but thank you for having me. Thank you, everybody. You know,
Introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tyler Glock. So the Recovery Community Hub of Palm Beach County has currently 3 community centers around the county, and we have the Lake Worth Recovery Hub. I don't know my bearings, 1120 Lucerne Avenue.
Just right down there.
That way, yep. You know, thank you very much for having us in your community and all the support, Mimi. I mean, amazing. Can't say enough. I want to use this as a chance to talk to you all about some things. I'll tell you. So let's go back to 2017. I had a motorcycle shop, more of a hobby shop. I wasn't very good at making money, but I was over on 4th. And I remember just, being on the train tracks, like the amount of people every day that I would meet that were just suffering from this disease. And, the same truth at that time in Lake Worth was statistics we learned later, which is an overdose rate of 817 in 2017, the highest it had been, a huge surge. And, so we fast forward, COVID hit hard, and if you look at like national overdose statistics, it got way worse around 2020. And, the hub was kind of born, and there was talk of having a location in Lake Worth. And I heard about that and I was like, yeah, this is awesome. And when we were picking locations, I remember, you got to do it the old fashioned way. You look for empty space. And I saw the 1120 Lucerne location and thought, oh, my shop is like 4 blocks from here. I know exactly where we are. This is perfect. This is going to be available for people to help people. And I was so excited. And ever since then, I like to share good news. We don't have 2025 data, but I think we're at our lowest year in Lake Worth here, y'all. I'm seeing in the low 500s. 530 was reported, the last complete report. So what does that mean? That means something's working. I was at a county meeting and they said, oh, Tyler, you can't claim that you guys, particularly did this or that. And while that may be true, supporting organizations like the Recovery Hub, you're saving lives. That's what y'all are doing here, We get the blessing of being on the front line and getting the credit for that, but the support that the community offers is what makes the difference. And I just want to talk about the hub a little bit for people that don't know it. Basically, we do peer recovery support And we also have a neutral care coordination system. So that basically means you can just come in. There's a no closed door policy. You know, somebody struggling with drugs and alcohol, you don't need any money. It's funded. We take donations. We would love donations, but it doesn't cost anybody $1 to come in. And another thing I'll talk about, something that's really lacked in communities, like, you see advertisements on TV for all kinds of services for addiction. Now you see it everywhere. You hear it on the radio. You don't hear about anything for the families, right? Families struggle too. Like, I'm in recovery. My mom struggled, y'all. She didn't know who to call. She was having probably a harder time than I was. I was doing drugs. She was at home crying. If that's a situation for you, or somebody going through that, have them call us. We're here to support families and those who are suffering. But yeah, come and see us.
Tell about the event.
Oh, thank you. We're doing our Overdose Awareness Day event on the 30th, and the reason we're doing it on the 30th and not on the actual day, which is the 31st, is because we want organizations who may be having their own event to come to us, because we're the hub. We're supposed to be the center of everything, where everything's kind of gathered up for the resources. So yeah, over at our location on 1120 Lucerne, we will be there from 10 to 6, so it's kind of like an all-day event on the 30th. We're doing like a light a candle and reflect for those who lost loved ones through overdose. And there'll be a dedication ceremony from 5 to 6, honoring those lives that were lost to overdose with name readings and candle lightings. So yeah, we encourage you all to come stop by.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say it was former Commissioner Kim Stokes that worked very hard to get that
Yes.
started, and I'm so glad to see that it got started with her efforts and that it continues to grow. So thank you
Yeah,
very much.
thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Third phone line. It's the last phone I promised. Perfect, thank you.
Okey doke. Now we have public participation of non-agenda items and consent agenda, so I need some blue cards. I'm sure there are some.
Yep. Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
the Vice Mayor just informed us we're out of blue comment cards up here. If you could have someone run some out.
That would be me. Let me see if I can find some.
Thank you.
I have some extra that nobody keeps.
Oh, Carol's a little bit of a hoarder.
There's another one. I expected more of us to be
Chris.
here.
I'll take them.
Oh, great. I know I just finished mine. Okay, here's how this works. I will ask for politeness and civility and no clapping and shouting. I will ask that we respect each other when the other person is speaking. And what I'll do is I'll read your name and then I'll read one or two names so like you're on deck, so to come up, because it's sometimes hard to get out of those seats. So first up is Samuel Jackson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jackson. Good to see you.
I'm here to announce my retirement.
Really?
Yes.
You don't love us anymore?
Yeah, I do.
But,
20 years.
wow.
November 2nd, that's it for me. It's not my choice. I joined the drop and this time is up. You know, in those 20 years I've been here, actually I have 40 years experience basically. I came to Lake Worth in 2024. Yes, 2004.
24, right, yeah.
2004. I inherited a lot of jobs, tasks. All right, finished instructor for 14 years. The safety guy, the tool guy. I led the guys on the, when we went to a storm. You notice the parades we started having. Those are my designs with my
Will you
guys.
keep doing that? Come on.
The rodeo. Every time we had a rodeo. It's sad to say that, we did start the program back again, and we have 4 new apprentices. I wanted to see them through it, but they say I'm not needed. But anyway, we have other people that took the online course for 1 hour, and that should be sufficient to replace me, which we have difference of opinion on that.
Yeah.
But anyway, if I'm needed, hey, I'm ready to come back. But I just wanted to let y'all know that I am glad to have been here for 20 years,
And we want to say thank you. Thank you.
Well, I'm not going
You're
anywhere.
not going anywhere. Thank you, really. That
Okay.
kind of service and dedication.
Yes.
That's
You know.
what holds the city together,
Yeah.
the investing of the institutional knowledge
Yeah.
that you hopefully have been able to pass on for the people that are going to
Yes.
try to replace you.
Yes. Well, I mean, my whole goal is for all my members to go home every day with all their fingers and toes. Safety. Not only the apprentices I look after all the 3/3 of all of Lake Worth came through my program. The linemen's, the troublemen's now, the foremans, so just about all of them came through my hard times. All
Thank you
right,
so
I
much.
gave them hard.
We
Okay?
very much appreciate it.
All right, thank y'all very much.
Thank you. Ron Holt is next, followed by Sam Hamilton. Mr. Holt, the other thing is you say your name and your address before you start speaking.
Good evening. My name is Ron Holt. Our address is 1717 12th Avenue South. I'm the president and CEO of Holt Incorporated, and I would like very much to speak on behalf of the city's electrical system. We have about a little over 100 families that I give affordable housing to here in the city of Lake Worth. And in that process, they all need electricity. And we live close to a storm area. We get hurricanes, we get problems, we get all kinds of things that interfere with our electricity. When that happens, guess what? My phone rings off the hook. I got 100 families out there that are worrying about it. So I immediately go to that place, wherever that problem is, and I look and I see, sometimes I get there and there's nobody there but the homeowner. Sometimes I get there and there's 2 or 3 utility people already working on the job. And sometimes I get there and Samuel Jackson's there. And when Samuel Jackson's there, I feel better because I know that he's just as worried about my residents as I am. He cares about the people in this city. He always has. He's been here a long time. He's a very skilled man. He's going to be a hard man to replace. I understand he's going in a drop program, but I also understand there's a great possibility he'd be willing to come back and work part-time for our city. I think we'd be foolish to let that opportunity go away. I just wanted to voice my opinion about that, speak to Sam's character as being an excellent worker for our city and a great partner for us. I honestly believe that we'd be making a big mistake. So I say to the powers that be, if there's a way to keep him on even part-time, please don't let Sam Jackson leave our team. Thank you
We'll
for your
pass that on.
time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The other thing I didn't mention is that there's a 3-minute time limit, which you fine. The clerk tells us right away when it happens, but I just, for planning purposes, it's 3 minutes. Sam Hamilton, followed by Wade Hitchcock.
Thank you for getting the name straight.
That's a pretty easy one, though. Hi.
I'm not gonna keep you very long, I hope.
Name and address first, though.
I'm sorry, Sam Hamilton, and what else you want?
Address.
South B Street, over by his trailer park. I just wanted to, come in because I know this
You need
gentleman.
to speak into the mic.
Yeah, it is down kind of low, isn't it? I don't mean the
You
mic,
can
I mean,
you can actually lift it up
I mean hearing,
You can pick it up.
hearing back there. I have met this gentleman. I'm here to talk about Mr. Samuel Jackson myself, besides Mr. Holt here, who I think the world of. But I guess I should tell you who I am and what I've done here a little bit before I tell you about the things we've done. Some of my family basically was the Addison family,
Oh, yeah, of course.
Kevin Addison,
Yeah.
and we did the hurricane seminar for
Every year.
over 25 years. I miss them all. They've all passed away. Kevin was known by every microphone in town and worked over at Publix and everything. But they were like family. And when I saw you handing out the proclamations and things, that brought back a lot of memories of the ones that I got the commission to approve and give to the Addisons, because they never asked for anything. We didn't want anything, and anytime that I had to do that, I would always make sure that they were not in the room when I would ask the person that was in charge of the city to make those things available. And they did. They gave us some beautiful plaques. We had a good friend of mine that came and talked about the hurricane seminars, Mike Lyons, Steve Weigel, several of them, and they were all given plaques and it was their day. When one thing that no one does know here, when Mike Lyons went back to his television station and started to do the weather, he stopped everything. And he said, I got to show you all something. He pulled that plaque up, beautiful plaque. By the way, Sam, I got one just like it. And I didn't expect it, but he held it up and he said, I want you all to know. I thought he was going to say something bad. He said, when it starts out as whereas, you know it's legal. And I'll never forget that. But I wanted to say a few things about Mr. St. Jackson myself. He is, I'm not going to say one of the few, he's one of the very few people that I have ever asked a question to regarding the city. Oh, a couple more things I want to throw out too. I know I'm pushing. Bob Boyke, I don't know if any of you ever remember him. That was my brother-in-law. He was the fire chief. Him and I was on the Lake Worth Police Force together. And some other time I'll tell you about why I didn't stick around. But anyway, Samuel Jackson is one of the few people that I have ever asked a question and honestly gotten an answer that meant more than what the question was.
I'm very sorry, but that's time.
I'm telling you, she's tough. She's the ruler.
That's 3 minutes, I'm really sorry.
All right.
No, we can't.
Anyway, Sam has been with this city for so long, and to not be allowed to have a little something his way as far as still working for the city.
Well, we don't
I think
have
it's
any-
fine. No, I know you
Yeah.
haven't made that decision yet, but
We don't make
I'm
that
giving,
decision.
I'm giving you my decision.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you so much.
And I think a lot of people will agree with me. You don't find that very much in the city anymore.
Thank you very much.
We did the
Really
same thing.
appreciate your time and
Well,
the
we
fact
did,
that
we
you-
did the same
Okay,
thing
sir,
at
really,
the
I can't
hurricane
keep
seminar,
talking.
and
You
we
gotta
try to give
stop.
everybody something to
Thank you
say.
very much.
Okay.
Have a great evening.
All right.
Thank you. Up next. Thank you. Is Kevin's sister still around? She didn't hear me. Wade Hitchcock and then Peggy Fisher.
Wade Hitchcock's my name. I live at 1506 13th Avenue North. I know this has been me coming up here beating this horse to death, but hopefully one of these days something will be done. Last week, Thursday at D Street and 13th, twice I almost got in an accident there. Because I was paying attention, but they're running that stop sign. They're running their scooters at night with no lights on. Now, I hit them, I have to deal with all that aftermath. And that's not right. And I've been asking and asking and asking. I've been talking to the deputies I know, and I don't see enough being done in our area. We got cars passing cars on 13th Avenue. And I feel like the west side of Dixie, we're like in no man's land. It doesn't seem like enough's getting done over there compared to the other parts of your city. And the other thing is the image of this city. It's dirty. I clean that beach and the stuff I find on that beach is disgusting. And you're charging people $3 an hour to sit on a beach that's got some nasty stuff they do at nighttime, beer bottles under the sand so people can cut their feet. Homeless people harassing us up there at sunrise and saying things, we don't know what they're gonna be doing. Things need to start being looked into more instead of just sitting up here and do whatever you guys do. So I can keep coming here, keep beating this horse to death, but we need to start seeing some improvement, not having homeless people coming up and asking me for money. And I don't know how they're gonna react when you tell them no. They get nasty. Now, do I need to start protecting myself? Because I will. So I'm letting you guys know right now. We need to start looking at the image of this city, which used to be a beautiful city. I've lived here my whole life. And this is my city, and I'm not liking what I'm seeing. So do what you can do.
Thank you. Peggy Fisher, followed by Don Rosenshine. Oh, wait, let's start.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. At your pre-agenda meeting, several people didn't seem to know that there is a very easy way to keep up with what's on the agenda and if there are changes on the agenda, which was surprising to me. So I'm up here to say that our lovely city clerk's office maintains a mailing list. And if you're on that mailing list, when the agenda and the backup is posted on the website, you get an email. If there is a change in the agenda, you get an email along with an explanation of what's changed, whether it's added, deleted, moved. And that's a very easy way for any citizen in this city, including those people on the commission who either forgot that exists or didn't know that exists, to be able to keep up with what's going on in the city. There was some discussion about, we should inform. You can only do so much, and if people don't want to know, then they're going to look the other way. But there are easy ways to keep informed, and the city has made it easy, and I compliment them on that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Don Rosenshine, followed by Todd Townsend.
Don Rosenshine, 131 North Gulfview Road, Lake Worth Beach. I'm here to talk about WMOTA for a second. I had not the opportunity because of some personal things. But I was a residential developer myself. I was head of acquisitions and a point man for a number of developers in the Annapolis, Washington area. My responsibilities were to procure and find the land and place the land under contract. I purchased from developers. I purchased from farmers. Farmers are tough. I would administer the study period, which was a 50, 70 days. We would check geotechnical problems. If we had non-tidal wetlands, which is peculiar up there, we'd need to check those. We had to check the caliper of trees so that we saved the big trees. And somehow, nobody ever offered in all the time I was there any money to me to develop. I'm not saying anything's wrong. Everything may be correct, but I've never experienced it. And so I'm here just to try to put things in perspective. Somehow we've inadvertently underwritten all the development costs except for the hard construction build-out cost, which is $115, $300, maybe $300 a square foot, 110 units, okay? That's the only thing that we underwrote, that's the only thing that the developer has to come up with that's significant. So I don't understand it. I never had to offer, I always had to offer amenities. I didn't look for amenities or support. So I've never experienced it before. Now, for some reason, so what I wanted to say is we need to know some things. We may know them. I don't know, all right? What is the initial outlay for the construction of the 110 units? Okay, if we tried 110 units at $300 a square foot, the initial outlay first year, $49 million. That's what he has to put out. It's a lot of money, okay? But he receives gross revenues at $2,500 a unit. He receives $3,300,000. These are crude numbers. I'm just trying to find a perspective that we can deal with here, okay?
Thank you, that's time.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenshine. Sorry, it is 3 minutes. Todd Townsend, followed by Nathan Lavoy.
Hello, Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street. I hope you can hear me. So here we are in the middle of August, and a lot of people are out of town while you proceed to make major decisions for this city and its future. I think that it is shameful to decide that the naysayers of the WMOTA project are to be scraped together as a band of McBoy cronies and not to be heard or taken seriously. Band is a great thing, a great concept in this country that you should explore. The pool should be at the beach as part of our tourist magnet. There's going to be 2 hotels just steps away, and yes, they'll have their own pools, but would like to surely come and socialize with the community at a community pool. Having a semi-public, semi-private school pool away from the tourism is a bad idea. You'll have some freaks thinking it's time to go swim with the kids, right? And sometimes we get poop bombs out of Miami Beach, so sometimes you can't actually swim in the ocean. We need to have our pool right there at the beach. If Erica has actual discretionary money, it should be spent on the school children's access bridge rather than a pool. More directly, I saw the parking situation, present and future, and designed a one-level garage in the current footprint with 525 spaces, ramps and spiral staircases on each street. My spaces cost $15,000, and yours cost some $35,000 each. And as over the years, as I was asking for meetings for years or a presentation, it was all to no avail. And with my garage, you could actually remove some of the parking spaces downtown so that you could actually put up some trees that you apparently like. So the bottom line is that you've opened up the proverbial can of worms for developers. They're going to come and they're going to buy it all and they're going to build now. The lawyer, or certain people in the CRA are actually butchering unchecked our downtown. And maybe, could there be some kickbacks here? I don't know, maybe. There's a measure of shame that befits a lot of the leadership in our beloved city. That doesn't mean that I don't like you people. Thank you. And that picture made you look good.
Nathan Galaxy, thank you. Well, you be my guest. Nathan, and I can't, Nathan?
Yes.
What is your last name?
Galang. Yeah, it's on the shirt.
Okay. Well, I can read it better on her shirt than I can on the card.
Yeah, I was writing on the wall.
Okay.
Anyway,
Hi, welcome. Your name and address first, please.
yes, my name's Nathan Galang from 3170 Santa Catalina Place in Green Acres. I just wanted to come and speak as the lead state committeeman for the PBC because I spoke with a lot of folks from here in Lake Worth, and they
PBC.
the Palm Beach County Democratic Party. Yeah. Yeah, acronyms sounds official, but look, there's been some debate over free speech here in Lake Worth, particularly Mr. McVoy's right to speak about ICE, to speak about Alligator Alcatraz. I just wanted to reflect the opinions of the people that I'm supposed to represent. This is city business. The Guatemalan Mayan Center said there's about at least 15 people in Alligator Alcatraz. So simply, we got to respect Chris's right to speech. And I think that history looks fondly on people that take a stand, and it's just the right thing. There are people in a concentration camp, and we can debate the nuances and the details and the this, that, or the other. They shouldn't be in there. They deserve due process, and their due process is being violated, and this is a real dark time in American history. And on behalf of the people I've spoken to, I want to compliment Chris publicly here. I want to tell him to keep up the good work, and I encourage all of you to join with him, because y'all have a great platform to do a lot of good things here, and you got to represent everybody in your community. And that's really all I came to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Ramsey McLeod, followed by Panahote Tuts Hakag. I can do the first name, but Solkas, followed by Penny Darling. Panahote, if you're out there, you're up next. And then Penny after that, if she's out there. Donna, if you could.
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. I was a recent recipient of a revenge code complaint because I keep recording the tenant of a property owned by Yasmin Real Estate who continues to be non-compliant with our ordinances. I have tried to work with Mr. Ron Richards of Yasmin since April, but to no avail. So I'm not surprised, nor am I mad at the immature, tiny man I'm dealing with. What did piss me off was finding out that the 2 blue rain barrels that stand on either side of my front porch have not been code compliant since I installed them 15 years ago. They serve a very valuable service for me because of the amount of and force of the water that flows from my roof. If I'd known in 2010 they were a violation, I would have accepted the offer from the couple I purchased them from, and they would have been decoratively painted. This whole experience was very telling for me about how our code enforcement works, or not, on the west side of the city. It is becoming clear to me why this area has grown trashier over the years. Apparently, it is acceptable for yards to have grass as high as my knees, waist, or shoulders, for motorcycles and cars to be parked in front yards, and for front porches to look like you just opened the door of a storage unit. In other words, code is allowing slumlords to dictate how the environment for residents on this side of Dixie Highway will look. I have filed numerous complaints, and some actually get a case open, and some do not. In the picture I provided you, 704 North H Street was submitted to code on July 25th. Since no case was opened, I forwarded to Ms. Bryant on August the 10th to have one opened, but she is on vacation until September the 2nd. Therefore, I forwarded to Mr. Hicks, Code Enforcement Supervisor, the same day, and to date, no case has been started. This leads me to believe that code officers are not self-initiating any complaints, but are basing their workload on the citizens who submit complaints. This is not acceptable. This only creates animosity between residents and a false sense that code is really looking into all violations. This is also an example of how complacent senior staff have become. Maintaining the status quo is not moving us forward, and it makes the front entrance exit to our city look deplorable. This is one example of why I'm so upset over the cancellation of the evaluation committee meeting and your continued failure to reschedule it. There is no accountability for executive staff members, no metrics for them to adhere to, and no oversight to improve their functionality. The fact that you won't even see what's out there for our city manager is incomprehensible. We need new eyes in our main leadership position to guide all staff members and raise the bar to be better prepared to deal with the influx of changes coming with our new developments, etc.
Thank you. Up next is Panahote. Is he still here? He left? Okay. Penny Darling is here, followed by Kara Jennings. Did Kara stay or is she gone? She left? Okay. She's here? Okay.
Okay. Hi, my name is Penny Darling, and I live at 1701 North D Street. So, along with you, Betty, my heart is breaking about what's happened recently in our Lake Worth Beach village. You know, it's very unfortunate that PBSO has the 287G agreement, because it does impact the trust and the relationships that they've been cultivating over time. There's no way it cannot impact, right? Because people see, I saw the 20-something cars and big guns over the shoulder and weird paraphernalia. There was a dog on the site, like, people see that, and it's I mean, I felt terrorized, and I'm a white citizen, you know? So it's just a scary situation for everybody, but my God, I can't even imagine, you know, being an immigrant, even an immigrant with documentation at this point. We see what's happening around the country. So I think what Commissioner McVoy said about taking things into the context of everything going on, that it's such a dire situation. So I'm posing to the commission, like, what can we really rack our brains on? What can we do to support all the members of our community to feel safer? And, you know, one thing that's happening that I wholeheartedly invite you to attend is on Monday, August 25th, outside of City Hall. There's a vigil being planned. It'll be from 6 to 7 p.m. And this is a vigil for the children in our community that are being hurt by ICE and Florida Highway Patrol. So this is going to include youth from the Guatemalan Maya Center that I know we all support, community leaders and neighbors. So please, everyone that's hearing this invitation, you're all invited. The vigil recognizes the devastating impacts of Florida Highway Patrol and ICE on Lake Worth Beach children. There will be a memorial, speakers, and music. So again, that'll be Monday, August 25th, 6 to 7 p.m. So I hope that you all are able to attend. I think it's important to hear from the children who are being impacted, who are too scared to go to school. We know that's happening. And also studies show that when children have any kind of immigrant status, when these kinds of things are happening, they are acquiring those childhood ACEs, the traumatizing experiences that impact them for life, you know. So this is something we all owe to the children in our community, regardless of their immigration status or the status of their parents. So I hope to see you there on August 25th. And thank you. Let's keep speaking out. And I appreciate the voices that are speaking out. It's not sensationalizing. It's not sensationalizing. It's real. Thank you.
Thank you. Kara Jennings, followed by a person with one word name, Tylor, Ty? Taylor, okay, is it?
Good evening, Kara Jennings, North C Street. I'm just trying to collect my thoughts because, you know, what we experienced on my street last week was horrible. And what's happening is, you know, these policies that we've seen nationally, they're here. It's arrived. The Republican immigration policies that are going to wreak havoc on people's lives and communities are now here. And it's a shock, I think, to a lot of us. I've been talking to a lot of my neighbors, going door to door, talking to them. They're all really surprised at how horrible it was. And they're needing some leadership. You know, we really are looking to all of you, not just to have PBSO come and say, nice job. Thank you, Commissioner Segrich. Nice job, guys. But to go and talk to people in this city and understand what's really going on. I had a great conversation with 3 of the deputies right here in the hallway. And during the conversation, one of your city employees came up and told the colonel, you know what, I got picked up, I was jogging, and I got stopped by a car with an ICE agent and a PBSO agent, and I was detained for hours. And I told them, I just live up the street, please take me to my house, let me get my paperwork. Like, I think there's a lack of understanding by some of you about how severe this is. They said we don't use excessive force, but people watched them body slam a neighbor who's a white guy, a young professional who bought a house in your district to be part of the renaissance of this city, body slam for trying to hand a child detained on the sidewalk a bottle of water. And they said to me, well, you can't break the perimeter. I said, I understand that, but if one of your deputies was doing community policing and had already given that child a bottle of water after being on the sidewalk for hours, then my neighbor wouldn't feel the need to do it. Those same deputies left a mom with an infant and 2 young children with all of the windows in her house bashed out. And then a different neighbor went at midnight to tape up her windows so she could sleep with some sense of safety, maybe, probably not. You know, that is not community policing. You can't just hear PBSO and give them a thumbs up. You got to get out there and talk to people. You know, we had a child from our city commit suicide out of fear of ICE coming to their home. It is extreme what's happening. It is excessive force, and there's little ways maybe we can help deter the worst of the worst happening, and you all are part of that. And you're about to vote on a budget to give PBSO half of our city budget. And I hope when you're in those negotiations and conversations, you're putting some pressure on them. And you're following up by, you know, meet with the Guatemalan Mind Center. They're on the front lines. They know these stories. They're hearing from people directly. Thank you for your leadership. We love to see it. We're waiting, okay? We're openly waiting for you all to step up to the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ty? Is it Ty? Okay. Ty Lure? Thank you. Ty, name and address first.
Yes, of course. Tyler Chapman, 1224 16th Avenue North. I'm here about the same issue. When we have PBSO here and we congratulate them for all their hard work, it's important to hold them accountable. Not just to tell the people of our city that they can always file a complaint if they think they've been wronged, but I want to see concrete actions from PBSO that they are working with their officers to make sure they are not racially profiling people. Racial profiling is happening. We have video. The officer said that the gentleman was pulled over for expired tags. We have video of the tags all being up to date. That was racial profiling. We know why these people in landscaping trucks are getting pulled over. And it is a problem. And I don't see you guys doing anything about it. They come up here, you didn't encourage them to have training for their officers. You didn't reprimand them for things that are happening in the community. You patted them on the back. Wrong time to do that. People are scared, they're terrified, they're being terrorized by these agencies. And you guys might think it's okay for political reasons. You might think it's okay because you really value PBSO and you don't want to make them look bad in public. What they're participating in is a problem. And you not speaking out against it is also a problem. You are part of that issue. You're complicit in this terrible violation of Fourth Amendment rights. And that's happening right now, sitting there silently. It's a problem. And we demand more. Like Kara said, they're one of your own employees, scared to come forward. He said he was willing to talk off the record, but he's scared to come forward because he knows that speaking out against PBSO puts him in danger. And again, racial profiling is not just something that might happen sometimes, and if it does happen, we can always file complaints about it, and then, some internal affairs will maybe figure it out one day at some point. We need to get ahead of it and to be serious and stern with the people we give a lot of our money to about how unacceptable that behavior is. This is a diverse community, and it needs to be protected by you white people who have the privilege to do it. Not all of them feel comfortable speaking out, coming forward, telling their stories. They're terrified because they're being terrorized, and you can stop it. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Kohlmeyer, followed by Ginny Powell.
Catherine Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. I actually want to speak on the same issue. I heard commissioners say, do not indulge in evil behavior, be kind to each other in the invocation. And I heard another commissioner say there are laws and laws have to be followed. And yes, there are laws and we have a constitution. And when you stand up and, I don't know exactly, do you salute the flag or pledge allegiance to the flag? You're pledging allegiance to the Constitution, not to any person, but to a Constitution that transcends people and transcends political parties, that this experiment of a democracy is based on. And so the police have to follow that Constitution, the president has to follow that Constitution, and as elected officers, you should champion that Constitution because it's under that you are here. And it's true, some of our residents are not safe. I was at a meeting where someone from the Guatemalan Mayan Center spoke about what some of the people that they work with are experiencing at the moment. And they have documentation and proof and videos. And there are people in Alligator Alcatraz at the moment from our community, and these people have not gone through a due process. They haven't had a hearing. They haven't had access to an attorney. And the Constitution says that everybody, be they a citizen or not a citizen, is entitled to that. That's in our Constitution. So that should be taken very seriously. And it is city business. And I don't know, I wonder if the PBSO actually feels threatened by the state, for having laws that say you must do this and you must do that and we won't give you money if you don't do it. I understand they might feel threatened. But if we roll over when we're threatened, where do we end up? And I just want to say we're not okay. I'm not okay, and I'm doing just fine compared to most people. But we are not okay. And I echo what Kara said. We are looking to you for leadership, to show your support, to go out and speak to people, to be present, and not to just congratulate the PBSO for the wonderful job they are doing. I mean, they may do wonderful jobs. They have a terribly difficult job. I know it's a dangerous job, but that doesn't mean that everything they do is just fine. I know this is obvious, but just please, we're not okay, and we need you to step up. Thank you.
Thank you. Ginny Powell. And Ginny Powell is the last blue card for this.
Ginny Powell, 224 North Palm Way. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm going to shift a little, have a couple of topics, but first I want to say that I think or three of you know, that I supported you. At least in part, I'm responsible for you being on the dais. But throughout this whole WMOTA process, I don't feel like I've been listened to at all. None of my concerns have been, you might have heard me, but you looked right through me. Sometimes the response was, don't worry, it's not over, things can be changed. Well, the only changes I've seen is that the project has gotten much bigger and more dense, more has been added to it, and more subsidies have been given away. I mean, we're up to, with the 2J's property sale, we're up to about $28 million. You can dispute that, but I think that I can show you that that's true. $28 million in subsidies without a public vote. I mean, it's just astounding. And now we're going to probably demolish the structures that were under agreement to be moved and refurbished. We should be celebrating and monetizing our historic structures instead of demolishing them. This is crazy. You're wrong to say that people like me, if we don't want this development, we don't want any development. That's just not true. And 3 of you know that you voted for a process that would have resulted in an RFP to go out, a competitive bid, to find a project that was a good fit for our downtown in accordance with the Downtown Parcels Master Plan. And I believe that if we gave the same subsidies to another developer through a competitive process, that we would have a supremely beautiful project that 99% of the people in this city could buy into. Instead, I've never heard why that process was abandoned. It was on the way. At about the time that Mr. Wiener came to town, that was being discussed by the CRA. I don't know why that was abandoned. So I'm going to switch gears a little bit and support some of the other people that stood up here on behalf of our immigrant community and what's happening to them, how they're being terrorized. The families are traumatized. It's terrible. I feel like we give gobs of money to the PBSO, and we have trouble getting them to get out of their cars sometimes and go look out on the right-of-way at 13th Avenue South and make sure nobody's hiding under the trees. So I just, all of a sudden, there's all this money that we have for traumatizing and terrorizing our citizens, or, I'm sorry, undocumented community, many of them. So I just think that, yes, you could make a statement. You could come together and provide some support to the most vulnerable in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Consent agenda. Consent agenda. Do I
Motion
have a
to
motion?
approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Sorry,
Okay, unfinished.
can I just say something quickly about the consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay, so I asked this question today, and it might be obvious, but I just want to share with the residents in both of these communities that the plans for the specific projects have not come forward yet. This is just approving the process, and that the plans for the specific projects will be coming forward and will have community input and will have community meetings. This is not that. We would never put that on a consent agenda. So I just want everybody to know that.
Thank you. Okay, unfinished business A, golf course hole number 3 update. And I see our, I see our leisure services are here. So we're gonna have, okay, this is just an update. So we're just gonna listen, there's no motion involved. Well, go ahead.
Hello, how are you? Tiana McKay, Director of Leisure Services. I'm joined here by Marty Caifana, our golf manager, and we are here. In the backup, you'll see we presented some options regarding our golf course hole number 3 and the temporary change as per was requested by commission and directed by commission. We have currently changed the hole from a par 4 to a par 3. And we provided some statistics and survey results. So we conducted a survey at the golf course, and it was to review the temporary change. So the temporary change has been happening from June 24th until currently. And at the time of the survey, there was over 6,085 rounds of golf.
How many?
6,085 rounds of golf played, which is up from last year over 1,000. So just a quick note for our golf team. And so we wanted to see what the results would be and hear from the public. So there was some residents that were affected by golf balls in their home. And so we wanted to hear from the golfers and other residents along the golf course. So we provided you with some results of that survey.
You did.
So, do you have any questions? We're looking for a motion for either option A or B. So option A would be to continue the temporary change with the golf course being a par 3 into the season to see if when we have our busy season, there is more impact and response from golfers or residents, or to explore the other option, which we had presented as a temporary change to see if we can move the whole tee box to the right and add a few more trees and see if that may have a better impact.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a lot of public input here, a lot of blue cards.
Thank you.
And normally we do a motion first, but since there's a kind of a either or option here, I think it would be, and I thank you for this, I mean, that's quite a survey. You got quite a lot of interesting results from that. I was very interested. So I was gonna suggest that we have the public comments first before anybody makes a motion. So let's go ahead. And Mr. McCoy, you have your light on, but can we do the public comments first?
Certainly, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so first up, and same thing, first up, I'm going to call your name and then on deck after that. Priscilla Hollowell is the first one, followed by John Scandaglia. I'm doing pretty good.
I'm Priscilla Hallowell, 1512 North Lakeside Drive, Lake Worth, Florida. I live on the golf course and I watch every day people wandering and playing there. And I have to say it's one of the greatest spots. There are families, there are people of all sorts of color, whatnot. The prices are perfect.
Can you speak into the microphone?
Sorry. And Marty and his crew have done an amazing job in the last 2 years of fixing it. And I just want to say thank you to that. And I play on the Ladies League. And I'm helping them with the 100th anniversary. And I think the fact that you want to change this, I don't understand why the petition was taken away out of the golf shop against this. People are against this, but a petition was taken away because the people on the golf course who changed this did not like it. So that seemed to me our civil rights were sort of violated. And I don't understand if you buy a house on a golf course, why you wouldn't expect a golf ball occasionally in your house or on your lawn or wherever. There's no reason why. I'm not sure who's complaining, but I've played on that golf course a lot. And I've never really seen anybody go to the Mango Inn, and I've never seen anybody go across the road, and I've never seen anybody really go to the houses. And it seems to me that it's an alternative interest that maybe they want to change the golf course because somebody wants to take it over. And I don't know if they're taking the golf course out of play or what they're doing, but it seems to be developers are trying to take our golf course away. And there's a lot of people who want to change the golf course and put in Jack Nicklaus golf course and whatnot that I think would change this is the last middle-class golf course in the entire southeast corridor on the intercoastal. And I think you're taking something away from people that rich people should not take away from our middle-class lovely town. And I just want to say that.
Thank you very much. John Scandaglia, followed by J.R. Fry.
Good evening, members of the commission. My name is John Scandaglia. I live at 6194 Harbor Greens Drive in Lake Worth. I would like to address my concern regarding the proposed change from the third hole, from the original par 4 to a par 3 on the Lake Worth Golf Course. I want to begin by saying that I have been a member for 30 years at the Lake Worth Golf Course. And I've been a resident since 2000. I'm sorry, since 1994. I've been a member for 30 years, and for the last 25 years, I've been playing on that golf course 4 times a week. I presently own a home at Atlantic National Golf Course on the 18th fairway, along the 18th fairway. I also get hit with golf balls on my property, but I knew before buying the home that I would be getting a lot of golf balls on my property. I can't understand how people could buy a home on or near a golf course and not expect that to happen to their property. Well, in closing, I just want to thank you guys, thank the commission for hearing me out. And my intention, or my proposal, is to stop the Part 3 golf course.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
J.R. Fry, followed by Mike Grenier.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. J.R. Fry, 110 Detroit Street. Been there almost 50 years, 76. But anyway, my point is, same thing. The golf course has been there 100 years. And if you leave, I understand the guy was, maybe one of them's complaining it's not even right on the course. Now, if you open that up to this guy, all the people on the golf course, you're going to open up a real can of worms because everybody could do it. He's not even there. But the point is, it's been there 100 years. Like you say, you know it's going to be there. Is this guy going to move to that airport and try and change the flight of the planes? Okay. That's all I need to say.
Thanks very much. Mike Grenier, followed by Deborah Harris. They've done it.
Hi, my name is Mike Greiner, 3309 Taconic Drive in West Palm Beach. Kind of supporting the same thing that the last couple of people have said. I've been playing golf at Lake Worth for just about 30 years, always as a par 4 on the third hole. I've never witnessed any damage to property or person in all the times I've been playing there. I think it's worth considering too that if you were to change that hole to a par 3, you're going to negatively impact the desirability of that course to visitors and current players. It changes the whole kind of complexion of that front 9 on the golf course, and some people looking to play different places are going to find that less attractive. So I would support leaving it as a par 4. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deborah Harris? Hi. God bless you.
Good evening. I'm Deborah Harris, and I live at 3140 South Ocean Boulevard in West Palm Beach, and I'm here representing the Lake Worth Beach Women's Golf Association, of which I am a board member. We have over 60 members. We play every Thursday, despite the heat. And we often play other times during the week as well. But every Thursday is our league play. We're very active in our league. We've been in existence for decades. And we too support keeping the number 3 a par 4 hole for the reasons that have already been stated by many people already. But importantly, we already have a 4,000-yard course for women, which for many of you that might not realize it, that's already a fairly short course. To make it even shorter would totally take it out of play for people that are serious about golf. And we'd like to think that our league is very serious about golf, and others coming from other places that play there also want to play a course that is a regulation course. So we would propose some other alternative other than changing it from a par 4 to a par 3. I don't propose to know all the specifics of what those options might be, but clearly there are others, whether it's trees or netting or something else could be done if there is some issue. But again, I have to support the others that have spoken before me. You don't move to a golf course and are on a hole and not expect balls to land in your yard. Not everybody hits a straight shot like a pro. And so we have to expect that that might happen. And certainly We don't ask people to do that. In fact, there's signs that say, please aim left so that you don't hit the yards. We've taken that seriously. We try to do our best, but I don't think we can expect people to say that they'll never get a ball in their yard. So I would like you to keep it a par four for the sake of our league and the sake of others that play on our course. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Up next is Benjamin Robin. I'm sorry? He'll pass. Oh, thank you. Also from South Ocean Boulevard, Phil Van Riper. Is he here? There he is. Followed by Tom Benson. Let's do that from that way. Hi.
Hi, I'm Phil Van Riper. I live at 40 16th Avenue North on the north side of the golf course. I received a notice, and the notice was dated July 31st from the city of Lake Worth Beach. And it started out saying, among other things about the golf course, we remain committed to preserving the course's legacy while enhancing the playing experience. Preserving the course's legacy while enhancing the playing experience. Changing that par 4 to a par 3 has done just the opposite. You've got, in 4-hole stretch, you've got 3 par 3s. You got number 3, number 4, and number 6. 3 par 3s in a 4-hole stretch. No golfer likes that. You've changed a 6,000-yard course to less than a 6,000-yard course. What people are going to see in the future, if they look online, they're going to see this is an executive course. This isn't a real course. People coming in from out of town, they're going to go somewhere else. Taking that yardage away and making it a par 3 makes people think you got an executive course. It certainly does not improve the quality of the course, as everybody says they want to do. You also say you want to ensure that changes reflect the needs and preferences of the golfers. I think your survey will show you what the preferences of the golfers are, unanimously. I'm not a golf course designer. I play there 3 times a week. I'm a resident. I play with a group of guys, 12 to 24 guys. Not one of them likes it.
Thank you, that's time.
It's 3 minutes. Thank you very much. We got your message.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, it's 2 minutes for agenda items.
Oh, it's 2 minutes. I'm sorry. Tom Benson?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi.
First, I'd like to compliment all of you for paying attention to people who are speaking. I don't generally see that when I go to council meetings.
No.
But I appreciate that.
Welcome to Lake Worth
My name
Beach.
is Tom Benson. I live at 26 Bay Tree Circle in Boynton Beach, Florida. And I'll read this so I don't get all confused. I want to thank you for allowing me to address the issue related to the 3rd hole at the golf course. I'm a golfer who enjoys the challenges of golf by golf courses of appropriate length and layout. I am and have been an all-inclusive member of the golf course for several years. The length and layout afford me a championship length layout that is challenging. As a golfer that spends probably $5,000 annually at the facility in membership fees, restaurant purchases, and other expenditures, I consider the total experience to be a fair price for services offered. I would also like to commend you on a great restaurant, by the way. If you've eaten there, you'll understand. I'm requesting if you make a change to the play of the 3rd hole, you adopt the alteration that changes the direction of the current tee box away from the houses. And I think that will solve the problem of people hitting balls out of bounds. In addition, if you do that, you'll improve the playing enjoyment of the members or the people that play that won't be hitting balls out of bounds. If you give them a lot more room to keep it in play, they're a lot happier. As a golfer, I know that. So The other thing I would worry about is if you do that change, make it to a par three, you change the integrity of the whole course. Because now it's no longer what would be called a championship course. And I think you lose a lot of Canadians, a lot of Northeasterners that come down every year that flock to the course. They do it because they like the course, they like the length, they like the people that work there. You got a great crew of people there. I mean, Marty, they're just great people down there. I love that for that reason.
Thank you, that's time.
Anyway.
Thank you very much.
I'll give you a copy for your records.
Perfect, thank you, we'll take it.
Thank you very much. I
Okay,
appreciate y'all's consideration.
Okay, I'm gonna start out, normally I don't, but I'm gonna start out with a comment.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I have one comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The comment is from, sorry, I'd scroll down. Comment is from Sam Smith, 109 North Palm Way. This commission and the city have spent an inordinate amount of time and energy focused on the real estate issues for a very small subset of rich city residents. This includes the time, energy, and money spent on the alleged golf ball issues for a few residents who live on the golf course and the city's effort to give away waterfront publicly owned land at 13 Avenue South for 2 households who live on the Intercoastal. What do we all have in common? The same new commissioner who appears to only be a champion of the richest. The amount of time spent by this body on these 2 issues far outpaces the amount of time spent on any issue that similarly could impact regular residents. I've asked multiple times for the city to add a playground to the northeast quadrant of the city and have gotten nowhere over many years. We have no place for our children to play, but I guess kids are not rich enough to garner any attention from the commission. I'm not in favor of the city spending money to benefit a few rich homeowners. Is the city going to similarly spend thousands of dollars to improve my home or thousands of dollars to improve every home in the city? The answer is no. So why is the city continuously focused on these rich people problems while ignoring the problems of the rest of us? And in fact, take the money the city would spend on this whole and put it into the road budget that would end up benefiting the city as a whole rather than a few rich guys who make the most noise. They talk about the danger to them, their homes, their cars. Well, some of the roads in this city are likely more dangerous and to a much wider audience. If these residents wanted to solve this problem, they could plant trees or shrubs. But of course, they bought a home on the golf course for the views and want to outsource their individual property problem onto the backs of the rest of us taxpayers. That's the only comment I have on this issue.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm gonna start out with when I first, and I've been aware of this situation at the golf course for a number of years. I've met with a lot of people that have been so affected. And at first I was like, they bought a house on the golf course. You're gonna get some balls in your yard. But then I went to visit them. And I must say, it was not a few balls in their yard. It was garbage cans filled with balls, broken windshields. Or there are, those of you that have come up tonight may not have heard, but there are, I believe, and I think we all believe that there was a serious situation there. So it's not just a few golf balls. I'm gonna start out with that. We have heard overwhelmingly from the golfers. I'm not a golfer, but I do enjoy the restaurant. That the par 3 is not acceptable. So my question to you is there a way, and I'm looking at you, is there a way that we can make, and I'm looking at option B perhaps, that we can keep it a par 4. My husband watches golf all weekend long, so I'm familiar with all that stuff. And keep the balls out of folks' backyard. Is there a way we can do that?
Yeah, there's definitely, I'm Marty Caifano, the golf course manager. There's definitely a way to alleviate the problem. We're not gonna solve the problem by making an adjustment, but we're gonna reduce the amount of golf balls by simply, our proposal that we mentioned before is to move the direction, change the direction of the tee box, move it closer to the trees next to the tee box, to the right of the tee box to give us more of a barrier. Add a few more trees along that line, and we'll get the tee box and the players aiming a good 45 degrees more to the left of the fairway, okay, away from the houses. And the tees and the trees placed to the right, a few more added, getting that tee box closer to the trees is gonna create a better barrier, okay? And that's gonna definitely make a difference, no question.
Okay, so it will improve, again, you're not gonna solve it, I mean, there will be sometimes poles that go off, but not to
Yeah,
the
it's good.
extent that they were
Right.
happening. Okay,
Right.
so to me, if that is, I mean, if we're hearing so loud and clear from the golfers, that is something that's important, and the difference between an executive and a championship golf course, I've learned about that. I would like to have we have lights on, but let's have a motion, so we have a direction to start at.
Motion to approve option B, but I have a question on cost.
Sure. Do I have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, so, Madam Galega, why don't you?
I didn't see a cost breakdown in our backup in regards to option B. Can you give me an approximation, and I'll hold you to it, and does the golf fund have the funds to do said improvements?
Tiana McKay, Director of Leisure Services. So in the previous when we first came, we had provided the 3 different options, so there was a financial impact. So Marty has done some inquiry into how much it could cost, and it was around the best quote that we have right now is around $11,000. So we can look for that. If you approve it coming October 1st, we may be able to make that work with some of our maintenance budget.
You said $11,000?
That is currently what the best quote is. Marty, can you elaborate?
It would be, we could do it for $11,750 for the tee box, and then we have to add a few more trees too. Whatever the cost of a few more trees to add along that line, and that would
So for let's just call it less than $22,000, we can keep the integrity of the golf course, which will keep the continued usage, and to me, that's a small investment with a big gain, and I think that's the way to go.
Thank you. Mr. McVoy?
I guess one question I would have is, has anybody talked with the folks that were getting the garbage cans full of golf balls to find out, are they convinced, especially if some of them are golfers, which was my understanding, that the change that you're proposing would in fact significantly reduce the problem?
It's going to reduce the amount of balls significantly. Exactly how much, I don't know. We don't know until we try it. Okay, we haven't tried this yet, but it's going to reduce it, and then, I think it's
50%,
I think it's
10%?
worth making the effort to do it, to preserve the quality of the golf course that we have, to try to prevent a loss in revenue, and over the long term, which we're going to receive by, the players coming down here this winter and looking at, wow, it's a par 3. We may not come back next winter, all the snowbirds. So not all of them, but obviously we'll
Apparently it's
lose.
significant.
It'll impact us. So I think it's worth giving it a shot to see what happened.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Segwich?
I wanted to say thank you to the residents and the players for having the patience to let us test an option before we invest significantly in this. And thank you to the Leisure Services team. I think the job you guys did with this survey is fantastic. It gives us a lot of good information to go by. The cost for option B to me seems very reasonable, considering the excellent job that our staff has done in improving the revenues at the golf course. Thank you to the players for that as well. Some of the comments, somebody said, the developers want to take away our golf course, and that's just not true. We're not up here trying to do anything nefarious. We're trying to solve a problem, and a lot of the homeowners are not directly on the golf course. They're 2 or 3 blocks away, and they get a significant amount of damage. In the survey, Mr. McVoy, there were homeowners asked, and a vast majority of the homeowners that did respond who were previously affected said that it made a world of difference. They had very much praised us for taking on this initiative. My questions are, do we think we will have similar results or substantially similar results with re-angling the tee box?
I think it's going to make a difference, sure. It's going to reduce golf balls going to the homes. It's going to take some danger away. That's what we're looking for.
with the addition, you mentioned the addition of additional trees or some sort of vegetative barrier to that. So that will have an additional effect?
Sure, absolutely. Visually and physically, yeah.
Okay. So, I would like us to consider option B, but also maybe budget something in there for the addition of the vegetation and trees, not just the cost of moving that tee box.
Is that part of your estimate?
Currently, right now, we have the estimate for the tee box tilting, but we will budget for the trees as well.
Okay. So I think they'll be able to take care of it.
Okay. And then the last thing was, apparently, a long time ago, we did put in trees in that area of the golf course,
ripped out.
and people killed them.
Yep.
And so, maybe we look at also having in there some creative budget for the addition of new trees for those people that actually do want them and will not kill them. And that might help alleviate the problem for some of the newly affected homeowners. Because I understand there were some newly affected homeowners who weren't too
Remove the
happy,
problem.
where we moved the problem, and now they were getting struck more often. So maybe some sort of an opt-in program where they could get a shade tree
Yeah.
with help from the city.
You'll take that into consideration as you design it?
Yes, we will.
Okay, thank you. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right,
Aye.
congratulations. Public has
Thank
spoken.
you.
Can I make a motion for a comfort break?
I don't think you even have to do that.
I would really like a
We're going to
comfort
take a
break.
short comfort break. Oh, absolutely, no, we've heard you loud and clear.
Madam Mayor, it is 8:03 and we have reconvened.
I'm just about to call this crowd to order.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Now we are on B, interlocal agreement with the Lake Worth Beach CRA for financial support of Pinnacle on 6 local government area of opportunity designation. A little Italian. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I didn't hear who made the second.
Mr. McVoy, do we have any public comment? Do we have any public
I
comment?
don't, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Brown is checking?
Not on this item, but I did want to have our executive director for CRA come up for a moment.
Oh, okay,
It's on.
I mean, since she's here.
she's here. Does this cost the city any money? That's my question, the city.
It does not cost the city any money. The money comes from the CRA. Sorry, Joan Oliva, Executive Director, Lake Worth CRA. Yes, back in May, our board approved a local match for a possible LIHTC project down on 6th and H. And the developer who is taking over, potentially, that land is here today. It's Tim Wheat, and he's from Pinnacle. Has a short presentation if you'd like to see the actual presentation. If not, no need to do it.
Well, let's see it. We already voted, but let's see it anyways. All right, we're not gonna see it.
We're missing one commissioner.
Well, Mr. Segridge? Who? Did you vote, Mr. Segridge?
I didn't vote.
Oh,
I have my light on.
what?
I have my light on.
Okay, well, okay, it's kind of 4-1 right now, but go ahead.
We still have to talk.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm saying, go ahead. No.
So my one question was on Exhibit D, as we have it in our packet, it only mentions grant, and this is supposed to be a loan, so will that be changed?
Yes, it's supposed to be a loan.
Okay, and then, what are the loan terms?
Well, we would have to deal with that when we get, if and when they get the LIHTC money.
Okay, and so will those loan terms come before us, or will that be
No.
an internal CRA decision?
CRA decision.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Would you like to vote? And what would your vote be?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, that's unanimous aye for that. No, it's okay. No.
I mean, I know you want to present.
We were just kind of moving. All right, next one.
We got a lot of things. right?
Unfinished business C, piggyback agreement with roadway management tech. Well done, sir.
Good presentation.
Piggyback agreement with Roadway Management Technologies LLC for pavement management system software and services. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Are there any cards?
Not for this matter.
Madam, any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Not on this item, Madam Mayor.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you very much. D, public-private partnerships, unsolicited proposals policy. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I see lights, Mr. McBoy, your light's on?
Yeah, this came up before, and it was during a time when I was particularly busy with another issue, and so I put a lot of effort into suggestions and comments on it, but I don't believe, considered them because of the timing. I just want to make it clear to the public what this is about. And one of the challenges of governance and government is to spend public funds wisely. And, wisely, efficiently, whatever positive word you might want to put with it. One of the ways that's been developed for many years and used a lot, it's the standard procedure, is a request for proposals. So you ask somebody, you say, hey, we need this, or request for bids. We need this, and we need these kind of parameters and whatnot, and we're going to evaluate it based on XYZ criteria. And then you put it out in the world, and people apply, and you usually you get multiple applicants, and then you have some process to pick them. And it's actually, at least when I did it at the Water Management District at the state level, and I think I've been involved with a couple here with the city too, it's quite a strict process. The people who are the evaluation committee have to swear that they are doing it properly and so on and so forth. The problem with unsolicited proposals is it's an end run around all of that process. It says somebody can show up, and I've seen it happen now both at the city level and at the state level. It was particularly, in the case that I was involved with at the state level, was particularly distressing because it was in the context of a very careful, some might say tediously slow, but very thought out process. And all of a sudden somebody shows up with a proposal, large scale, unsolicited proposal, and boom, it's in. Very unhealthy, in my opinion. Very it raises the risk of unwise decisions by removing some of the safeguards, the guardrails that otherwise are present. And so one of the good things, and apparently there's been a change at the state level, so we're starting to see in the law, we're starting to see a lot more of these P3s, public-private partnerships, in combination with unsolicited proposals. And there's a tendency for them to just show up and slide right through. Not a good situation, I don't think, for wise long-term investment. The good part about the state law is it does not, exceptionally, it does not preempt cities or other governments, county, from writing their own rules that are more strict of how they're going to deal with unsolicited proposals. I thought that we as a city ought to take advantage of that opportunity to have better safeguards in place. And actually, we discussed it at, I forget what public meetings, but we had some public meetings, not the commission, and got some good suggestions. One of them is to think about, and if you do some research on public-private partnerships, what you'll find is there's nothing inherently evil about public-private partnerships. The problem with them is that the private side is very experienced, has a big team, has a legal team, has a design team, has a PR team. They're all fired up and ready to go. And they know why they want to do it because they've done the numbers and it can make money for them. The public side, especially if you have a smaller city, is totally outgunned. We don't keep a PR staff in place, and we are restricted as a city what we can do with that PR staff anyhow. We don't have a massive legal department. We aren't in the business of thinking up things that make money. That's not what government is for. So it's not a level playing field. And one of the suggestions that I had made to put in our city process, the Lake Worth Beach city process, was identify somebody who would act kind of like a public defender does, where the public defender says, I got somebody who's done something bad, nobody's available, they don't have any resources or whatever, or maybe they haven't done bad, but they're accused at least of it. And our American democracy part of it says rule of law is a big deal. So we're going to make sure that if that person doesn't have legal representation, we'll get him somebody to look out for, argue for their interests against the other side. And I suggested that early on when we receive a unsolicited proposal, somebody on staff be designated to be the public defender for the public side of this and give a presentation and say, okay, the public side's clearly going to give a presentation. It's going to be nice and shiny and, it's all, everything's good. The roads will be paved with gold if you just approve my project. It needs somebody from the city side to present the other side of that with the duty that you are representing whoever that person would, might be the finance director, might be the attorney, I don't know who, somebody to make the case on the other side so that we're looking at a little bit more level playing field and have better chance with this end run type process of better investment. What's on the table here doesn't do that. It does some of it, but it doesn't do it sufficiently. So that's why I will vote against this. Not because I don't think we need the policy. I absolutely do. I proposed one, an initial straw man. But that's where I'm coming from on this.
Thank you. Mr. Segridge?
I'd like to thank Jamie for the hard work that he put in on this. We are all aware that there is a state law that governs these. And we have 31 pages of finer details about that we have to consider. So I have some very specific items to look at. On page 4, so at the bottom of page 4, it defines, very bottom, proposed P3 project means, and then continued on the next page, it gives the criteria, which follow closely to the state law. I've said it before, but I would like to see some sort of a project size limit there, maybe $2 million or $3 million, so we don't have to go through this full process on a very small project. Yeah, a minimum size of 2 million or 3 million. Just so the smaller projects don't get caught up in this. So for our consideration there. On page 16.
Should we take one at a time? Or
Sure, yeah, let's take one at a time, I
Yeah,
guess.
that's better.
I can support that.
What limit are you suggesting, 2 million?
2 million.
2 million or 3 million.
So if somebody comes in, what you're saying, just so I understand it, somebody comes in with, I have a public-private partnership I want to propose, the value is less than $2 million, do we have to go through this Hazarai to do it?
Correct.
Okay. And you support that?
Yeah, what say you, Jamie?
So, it's working out, it didn't sound like it's really.
It's not really working well.
Everyone knows my
This is fine, thank you, Sharon.
Yeah, it's fine. Thank you. Sorry about that. It was on, it just wasn't working. So we want to say, so if someone comes in with an unsolicited proposal and they say, well, I'm valuing this project at, say, $2 million. Having not really reviewed it, I don't know what we would really base that on, because it could actually be like a $9 million project, depending on what that is. So I don't really know if we just go off of what their estimated value is or how that would really work. So I would, obviously with the attorney, need to see what the language would need to say on that,
But in your
because,
research, did you see that in any other city's language?
No.
In research doing that policy?
no, it was just based on simply if they were submitting an unsolicited proposal. It didn't have anything as far as size. I understand what you're getting at. I just don't know how to, having not reviewed it from a staff perspective, determine if what they're stating, because if I had a project that was probably 8 or 9 million, I would come in and say, it's 2.
You would?
Well, I wouldn't, but I mean, someone could. Someone could if they wanted to avoid the payment and say, well, this is under 2, just to get to a point where
Yeah.
you would be evaluating or get further in the process.
What's the difference? I mean, you'd have to look at it anyway, no matter if it's 2
Yeah.
million or 167 million.
Yeah, I kind of like it the way it is, because not just for what Jamie's saying, but it's still public-private money. And I think the public needs, that there's a process that is a public process that's open to the scrutiny of people as we go through it, like we've been doing, so.
And I mean, do you see a way that could even, how that would work exactly?
It would be hard to capture in language without adding pages to this of how you determine the valuation, because you could say straight construction costs, but, obviously there's real estate involved, there would be financing involved. So how do you determine what the value is of a project may be difficult to really phrase out. I like the concept, because I do think when you talk about requiring a $25,000 application fee for a smaller project, that could be like a deal breaker for someone. Keep in mind, in the back, there is a waiver provision. So if someone had a smaller project and thought $25,000 seems unreasonable to review my project, they could always come forward to the city manager and say, listen, I got this great proposal, but $25,000 is just gonna kill this and I'm not even gonna bring it forward. That might be something we could consider in the waiver language.
Yeah, I was going to say that maybe a waiver process for that, and if we added just one line or so somewhere maybe by the fee, smaller projects can request a waiver, it might not scare as
But who
many
would
people
determine
away.
that waiver, us or the city manager?
Yeah, maybe they pay $1,000 for the waiver consideration to be, to be considered, and that covers staff costs to give it a good test,
But who
something.
would determine?
Well, I was going to suggest if we have a situation like that, that would be something that would need to be brought forward to all of you to determine if that is something you would want to provide
So then
for that
maybe,
situation.
maybe stick with the $3,500. So if we look at one of these and we reject it, we're refunding the 25,000 except for 3,500. So maybe it's a $3,500 waiver fee for the smaller project for us to consider the value of the project.
So 3,500 instead of 25,000?
If they're asking for a waiver.
But they have to apply.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
it,
yeah. They-
And they have to come before us.
Yeah, they'd come before us, but they'd pay 3,500 to get that waiver.
Where would we add that language, Christie?
Oh, 3,500 just to get the waiver. Okay.
We could do it on page 11 where we talk about the application fee.
Under E?
Oh, and I had a question under E. It says personal checks may not be accepted. And I didn't know if it should be shall not be accepted or could be accepted. I thought that was kind of a weak word. Halfway down where it talks about how you pay it. Personal checks may not be accepted.
Oh, shall not be.
Yeah, I thought it was shall not be. I thought it should be shall not be. Because we're not taking personal checks. Then again, it's discretion for no reason. So can we change that word?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're okay with just adding, how would the language go? How would we do that, Madam Attorney, for the smaller fee?
Are you considering, like, if someone said, okay, I have a smaller project and I sort of think $25,000 is a bit much, they could submit their unsolicited proposal with $3,500 application fee and ask for a waiver of the full application fee?
That's
But
correct.
then we've got, but who's determining the value of that then? I mean, it sounds like what you're saying is they can send in an application fee of $3,500 for a project that is more than $2 million.
Well, I would say we put the dollar amount there, $2 million or $3 million, and if somebody wants to submit it with $3,500 and it's a $50 million project and they wanted to say it was a $2 million project, they're going to lose their money. You know, yeah, it's non-refundable. It's just, it keeps them honest, but it also opens us up to smaller.
Yeah, I'm just curious about the specific language.
Yeah.
I'm sure Madam Attorney will figure one out, but I'm just trying to think of how that would be worded. But I think the concept is what you're looking for.
Yeah, the concept.
And we can trust the attorney to actually come up with appropriate language.
And I'm thinking 2 million out of pocket for the city in terms of all
Yeah.
subsidies and
Yeah.
Not
other
what they're,
considerations, staff time and things like that.
Because you're right, I mean, soft costs, hard, I mean, that 2 million is pretty easy to get to.
Yes.
Madam, May.
He's got a bunch.
Page 16. The third paragraph under section 5 there. We have it for at least 21 days. The state statute is 21 days to 120. So I don't know if we need to add the language for the maximum of 121 days.
Do we have to, or are you your question, do we have to
Do
or
we,
want
do
to?
do we want to? I think we might want to, just so that we're aligned with the state statute and we don't have to bounce back and forth between the two documents.
So what did you want to change it to?
Have a maximum of 120 day to match the state statute.
So how would you know which one it would be?
Yeah,
We determine it.
Each time?
That's what this says.
Okay.
This paragraph says that we determine each time per project a time of at least 21 days.
Okay, so it's the city's I can't read that word. Shall be advertised and remain open for,
At least 21 days, not to exceed 120 days.
so from 21 to 100 days?
120.
So each term, we're going to decide how many days?
That's
Yeah.
what this says.
Well, that's what, and we don't have to
Yeah.
follow that
But
statute.
that's what the state statute says.
I know,
as well.
but we don't necessarily have to, we can,
Yeah, and I need to, obviously Valentina is out of the country, but I know our procurement policy, and I don't know if the Madam Attorney knows this or not, I know we have procurement policy that has a max, which does not exceed 120 days, but I'd have to find out exactly what that is.
Yeah, we should probably keep it in line with the rest of our procurement.
Yeah, because when it comes to competitive bidding, we already have our procurement policy, and we just follow it.
so
So
we
if it,
could make the language to match the city's competitive bidding process,
correct.
timeframe.
So when you look at the flow chart, if it drops to that point where the direction is to now make this a competitive bid, we now shift to our actual procurement policy.
Right.
Because we've now removed it from an unsolicited proposal to just a regular competitive bid.
No, I think we're just following the time frame. We're just being consistent with the time frame. It doesn't change the process.
Correct, yep.
Okay. Next.
And then on page 31, on the flow chart, midway down where we've got the black diamond for city commission action.
You can't, yeah, it's barely readable.
The second bubble over is basically where we've decided to put it out for that 21 to 120 days. But it says that we've rejected the proposal. I don't think it's actually that we've rejected the proposal. We've just chosen to announce and receive others.
When we looked at that, if you're not going to accept the proposal and go on to the next step, you have rejected the proposal because you're now looking to put it out at a competitive process. What we had in here was they have the ability to now apply and reapply during that competitive process.
But they don't have to pay a fee again, right?
Correct, because they initially put in. It's just a matter of we're not moving forward in the process with that particular unsolicited proposal. We want to see what else is out there. We're now opening this up to a competitive process. They can now put in again during that competitive process, but if you're moving forward with a competitive process, you have, by way of just doing that action, you have rejected the proposal.
That says, we like this idea, but we want to see if somebody else can do it in a different, better, cheaper, whatever way, versus, no, we don't like this idea at all, and we don't care if anyone else can do it.
Correct.
Got it.
My concern with that is that the state statute isn't a rejection of it. It's merely an announcement and an invitation for others to come in. The original proposer under the state statute doesn't have to reapply. So the state statute is not a rejection.
We don't have to follow the state statute.
No, I understand that, but this is my concern. I would, I don't see the reason to have to reject it. If they've already proposed it, why are we rejecting them if we're asking for others?
Because we're asking for others. We're saying, not this one, but maybe this one if we get the others too. Maybe you'll win at the end, but.
Well, I don't think it's that we're saying not this one, because what if that one ends up being the best one?
It could be,
Right, but
but
that's
with
not
other
saying-
examples.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's not rejecting it.
Well, let
It
me,
is.
if we look at this, 'cause I want to make sure I don't need to change the language in this. It says unsolicited proposal rejected, but city staff directed to advertise solicitation for competitive bidding of a project similar in nature, and then in parentheses, application fee refunded in full and proposal encouraged to submit a bid. So they could want to change that based on the fact that we would now want to put that out again. So it's just a matter of what do
And they
you.
might have heard some feedback and wanted to change it. Right.
So we're refunding their money if we reject it.
If that's the case, yeah, but
Except for the 3,500.
Right.
because technically, if you put in, you pay your application fee.
Right.
We say thanks, but we want to see what else is out there.
Right.
Not really fair to keep their application fee if we're now going to open that up and have anyone else want to bid on it. So you should really return that, open the process to a competitive bid, because now we follow our procurement process, which means we've kind of moved from this unsolicited proposal process into our competitive bid process, which means they would then, under our procurement policy, need to resubmit, because now we're in a different process. We've removed ourselves from this flow chart at this point, and we've entered into procurement.
And that's why it is, in fact, a formal rejection. We are not going forward with this proposed. P3.
That particular one.
That was this
Starting
particular
different.
step, because again, we have now moved from this process into our finance procurement process, which is completely separate from this. We now start following our
Or, I
competitive
mean,
bid.
to put it in, I mean, and a lot of this is wordsmithing.
Yeah,
To put it
yeah.
another way is, we're now opening up the market for other solicited, we're asking for solid solicitations from other people for this project.
It is now just a regular process, correct?
Okay.
One of the things to think about that's difficult with how the state lays it out is, and I kind of think it's a disadvantage to the original person who was in the unsolicited proposal.
I'm sorry, can you speak into your mic?
Yes, your unsolicited proposal is out there. And then the city does a solicitation asking for others to submit proposals. for the city, you're not really comparing apples to apples because you now have an unsolicited proposal that's not gonna match up with everything else you're requesting. So I think to make it fair, make it a level playing field for everybody, including the original person who put in the unsolicited proposal, is to say, okay, now everybody submit, and here's what the process is gonna be, and here's what everybody's proposal is gonna look like, and here's the information we wanna see, which may or may not be included in the original unsolicited proposal. So I think, I agree with Jamie that you're now taking it out of this P3 process and moving it to a procurement process. It
Yeah,
should be
you-
separate and distinct.
You close it out
Yep.
and start
So
over.
my only counterpoint to that is the way the state statute is set up, it brings in a diversity of proposals. So by us going through the formal procurement process, we have to outline exactly what that project is. And that stifles the ability for other companies and developers to come in.
Well, it doesn't have to be an RFP. It could also be like an invitation for bid. It depends on what we actually want to label that
Come with your
as.
ideas about the beach.
Okay.
Or whatever it is, happens to be.
Okay, so it sounds like you don't want to do that. So the only last piece, and this I think we should talk about after we vote on these changes, is what do we do about grandfathering or not grandfathering unsolicited proposals that we've received prior to implementing this policy tonight?
Thank you. So in terms of Mr. Segwich's, what do we accept and where are we with Mr. Segwich's proposals?
I'm okay with accepting all of them except the last one. Just leave the last one how it is.
Same.
The last one, you mean
The
flow
one on the
chart?
flow chart, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Same, okay, Mr. McFoy?
No, it doesn't address, it
Okay.
addresses what.
Okay.
agreed.
So the only change then would be the smaller, the 3,500?
Yeah, so on page 11, under application fee, I work with the city attorney, and we'll put a waiver provision in there with 3,500. Under that same section, the personal checks will change may to shall.
Yeah.
Other than that, in the timeframe, yeah. And we'll confirm with Valentina, just from procurement, because I know there is a set amount in our procurement policy that wouldn't extend past that 120, but it's easy to add that language in there, just to make sure there's a max.
We're agreeing it's the same, we're going to make it uniform to the city.
We'll make it uniform.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, so.
Madam Mayor?
I was going to ask you, are there any public, I have two here, are there any public comment?
Oh, okay, I have one.
Okay, I have two, Mr. Pinsky, Richard Pinsky, followed by Catherine Kohlmeyer. Get real.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Richard Pinsky, 356 Valley Forge Road, West Palm Beach, Florida, on behalf of Copperline Partners, representing the Horizon Joint Venture Project. I would love to speak to some of the conversation going on, but I'm here tonight to discuss an issue that actually Commissioner Segwich just raised, and that is, as you know, the Horizon project was submitted back in the middle of January. At that time, the state statute was in effect. As a reminder, gentle reminder, the unsolicited proposal actually outlined and pointed out that the public-private partnership statute that was in place was submitted under that statute. I understand there might be some items, and I have read your proposal extensively. If this was to be adopted, and if this was to be applied to the Horizon unsolicited proposal, it would be dead on arrival. You have proscribed in here items that I can go into, but even the process and the format of how it's to be submitted, which is a lot like an RFP, which is great, but for an unsolicited proposal, prescribing the format after you have already received a proposal in a different format, we would then have to redo this and go back and start all over again. So if there's an issue in particular, it sounds like it could be a fee, and I understand and appreciate, and I read the last waiver provision, But I would only ask tonight, without speaking to the proposal, your proposed public-private partnership, but just to please take into consideration, you have WMODA, you have a parking garage, and you have the Horizon proposal, all three that were submitted prior to the adoption of whatever ordinance you do. So whatever you want to apply retroactively and not prospectively, I hope would be applied to all three equally. Thank you.
Thank you, that's time.
Ms. Colmeyer.
Catherine Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. First of all, just to address the last item, I understand that the WMODA 110 Apartments Museum proposed development is not a P3 because it's going to be owned by the developer outright. So that would not be something you'd have to make the same. This packet is very challenging for somebody with my lack of experience in these areas. It's very hard for me to get my head around it. I'm just really anxious that developers have a lot more resources than our city. And our city has just given land that they've said was, I don't know if it was $3.3 or $4.5 million to the WMODA developer. And I'm sure you know, 2J's sold recently and on the public property appraiser website. So if you do a calculation, that would mean the land that has been given to WMODA developers is worth about 13 million, not 3.3 or 4.5. I think the city paid 4.5 million for it. So an appraisal was not made of that land before it was given to the developer. So the benefit that developer is getting is a lot more than has been stated. And that's what worries me. That's an example of what worries me in these kind of proposals from developers, is that the city, for whatever reason, doesn't seem to have enough resources to protect themselves from being taken advantage of. And I don't know if it kind of bears comparison, but when the Benny's lease came up for renewal, a couple of years ago, Commissioner Malaga said that the city staff should not be negotiating a lease. That wasn't their job. It should be a professional person who would negotiate a lease, and to put it on the city was unfair. And yet the city is expected to negotiate with a developer for these very complex proposals. Now, I may be comparing apples to oranges, but I just have concerns. I'm really scared about what's going to happen to our public assets.
Thank you, that's time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I have one comment. Irene Katz, 418 North Federal Highway. This policy does not do enough to protect city residents from projects that benefit private investors over the needs and wants of the residents. Lake Worth Beach residents deserve better, more thoughtful projects that benefit the people that live and work in our city. That's it.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have a motion and a second, correct? Okay, we have two lights on. Mr. McVoy?
I believe Mr. Segridge was
Then Mr. Segridge? And let's keep an eye on the time.
Yep. So just really quick, the public sentiment that this policy doesn't protect us. Again, there is a state law that opens up unsolicited proposals to all municipalities, whether you have a policy or not. And this is 31 pages of stricter regulations, as we just discussed. And this, from the dais, they voted to be even stricter than the state. Also in here, to address the experts. Within this policy and in this provision, the developers who are coming in are responsible to be paying our costs for the hiring of industry experts to give us that manpower, to give us that horsepower and that expertise, that third-party expertise, and that is to be paid for as part of the cost of the project. So hopefully people can understand that with this policy, we actually are taking a stronger stance and protecting the city and giving us the power to go ahead and hire those experts to help with the negotiations and the analysis of what the developer is putting forth.
Thank you. Mr. McToy.
I appreciate my colleague, Mr. Sigrid's clarification. I disagree with the conclusion that the policy that's before us provides sufficient protection for the residents and for the city and future residents. I agree that there are 31 pages. I agree that it does go a step further than the state statutes, which well it should, because the state statute provides almost no protection for the public side. It's very easy to get around. We've seen it happen. Again, what I would emphasize strongly is when you have such an imbalance of talent, well, not talent, but interest really is what it amounts to, is that one side has a lot of interest in doing a big project, and they don't mind, and they probably already have a big staff of folks to argue for their side and provide all the backup. The city, any city, unless it's a very big city, isn't going to have that firepower. So you almost can't put enough protection into a policy like this to level it out. And so I don't think we're there. I think it's better than nothing, but I don't think it's very strong.
Thank you. Ms. May.
Thank you. I just kind of want to address some of the phrases that I heard, that it's an end-around process, that they're going to slip right through, and there's like this preconceived notion that the developer is bad, that the process is automatically imbalanced. And I just don't think that that's always true. You know, I don't think we can always go in and assume the worst of people. You know, and I think that especially when we had the presentation here, the idea is a partnership. And I think that, you know, when we're looking at this, we as a city have needs. We have to look at other entities to be able to help us meet those needs. And that's where I see the partnership. I see that, you know, within this proposal, there are protections in here. Remember, what we heard in the presentation was that this is a shared risk. And it's the risk analysis that we need to look at, and we need to share the risk of the projects. You know, I can understand the fear of the rich guy's got all the money and he's gonna kill us. But it's not always that case. You know, I mean, there are partnerships where, working in tandem, both parties get what they need, get their needs met. And I think that some ways in this proposal, like Mr. Segridge was saying, is that we have that through this policy, we have the ability to hire somebody, not the five of us, to look out for our needs, which kind of does go with what Ms. Kohlmeyer was saying, you know, along the lines of the Benny's lease. So I don't think it's always imbalanced, you know, and I think that's a tough assumption to just start off the gate with. And it also puts, we're trying to be partners. And I think that sometimes coming off automatically defensive is tough to be a partner with. In respect to Mr. Pinsky's request and the idea of retroactive versus starting now, for lack of a better word, personally, I think it should start when any solicitation coming forward after this P3 agreement has been made should start fresh. And with all due respect to the Horizon, I haven't read it, I haven't looked at it, I haven't gone to one of those meetings because it hasn't been brought forward to us. And, you know, I think that the traveling show is just that. And I think that, you know, there is no proposal. We haven't accepted a proposal. There is no Horizon proposal. Can there be one when we have this P3 agreement? Sure, so submit it. And I think that, you know, and I fear that kind of bullying because I don't feel that that's fair. You know, we said we don't have a policy, we're not going to move forward until we have a policy. And then to say, well, we were here first. Great. But we didn't have the policy. So if we make this policy now, we start now. That's my personal opinion on it. And there's nothing wrong with the proposal. It has nothing to do with the merits of any proposal. I just don't think that it's fair on that one because we said we're waiting till we have this. So, you know, that's kind of where my brain is on this. And I'm definitely willing to listen to my colleagues if they think that I'm mistaken on this.
Thank you.
I'd like to call a question.
Okay.
Good.
Good question.
Yeah.
We need a second, Madam Mayor.
I'll second calling the question.
All in favor?
Aye.
To call the
Nay.
question or to vote on it?
To vote on it.
Okay.
With the proposed changes.
Yes.
With the proposed changes, thank you. So all in favor, aye, Mr. McBoy is a nay?
Nay.
Okay, and I want to address the retroactive issue as well.
I'm sorry, could you speak into your mic, Mayor? Thank
I got too casual. I agree with you. I think that none of us I have not had a personal conversation with anybody, with Mr. Pinsky, with anybody. I have gone to the presentations because I want to see what's being said and I want to see how my citizens, our residents are reacting to them. And it's been very interesting. So I believe that since we had, you know, WMOTA's, that's apples and oranges. We're for over a year with WMOTA, so I really don't see that as a comparison. And it's not a triple P. So I would, let's start with this now. Anybody else?
I think it's,
Ms. Milliga?
thank you. I didn't speak on the first part. but
Right, I know.
I think to make it transparent and fair, I think anybody who's interested in doing a triple P should come now before us. I understand the work that's been put forward and the money and the time, but that was really something that organization decided to do. And, you know, I always say shame on the city, has been around for a long time, and I feel like we've created 90% of the policies, that there weren't policies before. So Jamie, thank you for all your hard work and your due diligence. You know, out of nowhere, all of a sudden, we were getting hit with all these proposals. And I do know that the Horizon Project and Mr. Pinsky have been out meeting with neighbors and community members and doing their due diligence. But I think to make it fair, if it is Horizon that's chosen for whatever, we need to protect the integrity of this seat in this building. And saying that, okay, they may have come before and we didn't have a policy, they followed the policy and, okay, great, they won or whatever. And I just think that that's really important right now. I think that the residents deserve the integrity of everybody getting a clean slate. WMOTA, again, is not a P3, that doesn't count. And there are other people who've come before us and dropped off proposals to the city for the Oceanfront Park. And, you know, we have a lot of things, you know, floating before us right now.
I don't even know about them.
I did have a conversation with Mr. Pinsky, before the elections, February, whatever, in regards to this proposal. And I even told him, are you trying to give me a coronary? Because there's a lot going on in that proposal. And it's a lot for me to digest as an elected. I think it's a lot for the community to digest. So I would be in favor of, as much as I, you know, respect Mr. Pinsky and all the hard work that he's put in, for the integrity of the city hall and for the integrity of government working on behalf of the residents, making sure that everybody comes forward on an even playing field.
Okay. We've all had something to say. It's 8:46. We have a long way to go on this agenda. Mr. Segrich, Mr. McFoy, please keep it to 2 minutes. And that's it then. Oh, the question was called. Okay. Oh, all right, the retroactive.
So looking at it, I think this proposal is submitted under the state statute, and we should consider it versus just do nothing with it. We've now put in a policy. We now have a policy. I see the only aspect of this policy that conflicts with what we would have done before, because had we brought it up before this policy, we could do however internally we want to analyze it, or whatever, how many steps we wanted to do, we could announce it. We could do all the things that are in our policy, and there's no problem there. I think probably the only sticking point here is the application fee, as I see it. So I would basically say, let them apply for a waiver per our policy for that, and we should consider it and bring it through the process. And if we decide that we want to put it out for the announcement, then we decide we want to put it out for the announcement. If we want to reject it outright, we reject it outright. If we think it's the way we want to go, we follow this policy, but we allow them in the door, because they did come to us prior to this policy being there. In terms of the individual format of how we judge this, that comes in the detailed analysis section, where we go back and we're going to be asking for a lot of things in addition to what their initial thing. So that would be my vote, and I think that basically respects the fact that they put it in long before we had signaled to the world that we were ready and willing to work with these. And it also protects us by, we're essentially following our policy, but allowing them to ask for the waiver.
Well, I mean, the door is still open. It's no one's closing the door. Mr. McFoy, again, let's.
Yeah, I think the cleanest situation here, which in a sense we almost don't need to do, because to my knowledge, we are aware that an organization, Horizon or Copper Line or whatever, has put some effort into a proposal. I don't believe we have officially done anything with it. I don't think we've accepted it or anything. I would think that if we need to formally not accept what we have not accepted, then we should not accept it formally, make that clear, and allow them, after today, we will have a policy in place, and they are welcome to submit a P3 unsolicited under that policy. But, going forward.
So you agree with it?
Yeah.
Okay, but question though for the attorney and just in general. If this is not on the agenda to take a vote on, whether we're going to do it retroactively or not, do we have to do that, or where are we at with that?
It's at your discretion. It's not on the agenda, and whether or not you want to just consider this discussion and have it come on an upcoming meeting to officially take an action on it, you could.
Like put on the
You could
consent
just simply
agenda?
let them decide if they want to resubmit
With official action or not?
with official action or not.
Okay, well.
I mean, I think the message is pretty clear. The majority seems to be in favor of, they can submit under the new policy, essentially following the policy, ask for a waiver, if that applies, and go from there. Or you could add it to another agenda for official action and allow for public comment.
What's your pleasure? You just want
I don't think it needs to be actionable, I just think that.
Well, I mean, Mr. Pinsky's here and he's hearing this, I just, but, so I think that, but they might, his people might want some sort of official action, I don't know. But I think the consensus is to open it, to keep it open. To open it up. Have them submit under the new, yeah. Okay, so I think we have consensus to do that, not unanimous perhaps, but consensus. And I think it's only fair, so.
No, this is for the next item, I just have a question.
Okay, all right, so, thank you very much, and we are moving on.
I would like to ask my colleagues if we could possibly move new business B in front of unfinished E, because we have many people here who are from non-for-profits that are here for this item. And I know that once we get to the K Street parking garage, it's gonna be an in-depth conversation. So I'm just asking for permission if we could move new business B under unfinished E.
I'm okay with that.
What's your pleasure? Mr. McFoy?
I don't have a problem with that.
Mr. Segridge?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so that's a
Thank you
motion,
all.
do we have a second?
Yeah, second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we're taking new business B and putting it in, right in after unfinished D.
D is in dog.
So in other words, now.
Yeah.
Yes,
Now.
Thank you.
is it B? Yep. So that's a discussion regarding landscaping requirements and the waiver of certain city fees to support affordable housing brought forth by Vice Mayor Malega, which I have a question about because
Thank
I
you all for
thought,
supporting that.
yeah, I thought that we were going to, before staff, I mean, I've read this and I have some comments on it, and my understanding was before staff was going to like write an ordinance and just do something that we would have consensus for them to go forward, so I was a little surprised to
I brought
see
this forward at a pre-agenda meeting and had consensus
Okay,
that,
all right,
to bring it forward. Do you remember?
Okay, no, that's fine.
No, I did.
Yeah, I'm trying to
remember.
keep to our little thing here. B, okay. Okay. Okay, so this is a discussion regarding the landscaping requirements.
Could we get a presentation from staff?
I'm just reading the thing, and then we'll go to
Oh,
staff.
okay.
I've got it under control, swear to God.
I'm just
We're regarding
trying to keep
landscaping requirements and the waiver of certain city fees to support affordable housing brought forth by Vice Mayor Malega. So we have staff here to make a little presentation, or a big presentation, not sure. I have some questions and some comments. It's tricky, get close to it.
William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. I did not prepare a presentation because the item was coming, I thought it was a discussion item brought forth by Ms. Malega.
Oh.
I'm here to answer any questions and address anything you'd like to cover, but I
Okay.
think it was pretty comprehensive in the staff report as to options that we might have, and looking for some consensus on whether or not, or at least a vote possibly on what areas of changes or edits or amendments we could bring back for you. Just remind that under state statute, we cannot make any changes to the LDRs that make things more difficult, burdensome, onerous, or more restrictive.
Thank you.
So the reason this was brought forward is because as the CRA liaison, working with Habitat for Humanity, Community Land Trust, and other partners, there have been some issues that have arisen, where unfortunately there was executive briefs that were done from the former city manager. There were ordinances that were written that fell through the cracks between a change in staff here at the city, and keeping the houses affordable is the number one priority. And they have to keep the houses in a certain bracket. So some of these fees that they were used to being waived, now all of a sudden they were being charged with. And so we had to do a lot of digging on why they were being charged, and one of them was because of the bond language. So that's one piece of it. And if Joan can come up and help, it's making it to where our partners who are doing great affordable housing, they have only so many dollars that they can keep that mortgage under, and they can't change the taxes, they can't change the insurance, and they're already losing money on the houses. So we did some research, we found the executive brief from 2012 that outlined the waiver of the water and sewer tapping charges, the water meter setup fees, any water meter downsizing cost, unmetered fire line inspection charges, and water and sewer reserve capacity charges, in addition to the landscaping changes that had come forward. And this is all stuff that had been in place since the NSP2 program, and it just needs to be revised, updated. The commission needs to either show support or not, so our community partners have a clear path to what they really have to pay for in the city now.
So there's two items of contention, let's say. One is the landscaping policy, because up until recently, or maybe about a year ago, it was much more lax than it is today. And so certain things were, trees and bushes were being removed without any penalty. Now, of course, the penalties are coming in place, and we have partners that have tens of thousands of dollars of code issues because they removed a tree. I'm not saying that they should have, I mean, obviously they should have gotten a permit. I'm not saying like it's okay, but I'm just saying that before it was something that was just waived off. So now we have that issue, and so some of our partners can't get permits for the houses they are building is one problem. Number two is that obviously if you're going to charge somebody thousands, tens of thousands, or over $10,000 for tree removal, those fees are passed on to the homeowner, and that's the last thing what we want, because these particular partners that we have here today really focus on those earning between 30 and 80% of area median income. And so when you have a house for $200,000, that might be something that they can afford, but adding and adding and adding really takes away from what exactly we're trying to do here by giving the land for free.
Why can't they just get a tree removal permit?
Because you can't just get a tree removal permit, you have to replace trees, and there's a certain, and I apologize, William, there's a certain fee that they charge per something.
Our tree ordinance, or landscape ordinance, was written prior to my arrival. If you remove a tree without getting a tree permit, there is a non-negotiable, no waiver, fairly high fine that cannot be reduced unless it's appealed to the Planning and Zoning Board or HRPB. And the only way to change that fine, and it's based on the caliper of a tree and how big the tree is. It doesn't really take into account the health of the tree to any degree. And the only way to sort of appeal that value is declaring that the way the value was arrived at was incorrect, which is kind of hard to argue that a tree was 10 caliper or 20 caliper is what it is. If you remove a tree with a permit, however, there are provisions that if a tree is in really bad shape, you can replace it with tree for tree. If it's beyond a 50% health rating, you have to replace it caliper to caliper. If it's an invasive tree or something like that, you may not have to replace it except for with a tree. We have, and Commissioner Blake and I have talked about it, and we talked about it sort of as consensus or looking at it from a study staff standpoint. We do need some more latitude in the landscape code in reference to this. Nobody should be doing anything major to a tree without a tree permit, a tree removal permit, or a major pruning permit. And even that's under scrutiny, because where I come from, you severely prune back fruit trees. Well, under our ordinance, when you do that, you have hat-racked a tree, and it's a major problem. And so we do need to spend some time updating and reflecting our ordinance as to how things are today. Also, we talked about in the background is giving some allowance or some concession to those entities that do provide affordable housing. I don't think we can make it organization-specific, like Habitat for Humanity or Cultural Renaissance. It needs to be more general in the sense those that are providing affordable housing can take advantage of these areas of incentive related to code violations or tree removal. And then the whole issue with the capacity charges and some other fees, now that we do have bonds, because when those were put in place back in 2010 or 9, we did not float bonds to improve the water super. Now that we do, and the bond restrictions, as I understand it, do prevent us from eliminating them entirely, but I don't think it prevents us from actually reducing them, say, for certain entities. So there are a number of variables that we're asking for some direction from you on, and then we will research those areas that you're interested in providing an incentive or an encouragement to support affordable housing, and then we'll bring something back for you.
And another thing is a lot of these lots are 25 by 50, and there's not what to put in the setbacks and the fences, there's not places to put trees. You guys have been to a lot of these homes. So our ordinances don't align with what they can do on these properties. And right now, we have 2 homes that are waiting on COs for these people to be able to move into, and they can't because of this tree issue. And to me, what I told William was, if we approved the building of the house, the design, and we looked at this and we knew that there was a big old mango tree dead center in the middle of the lot, wouldn't it, in my world, say automatically, well, that tree's gonna be cut down, you need to apply for a tree permit? But that conversation never happened.
Well, actually, I'm sorry to correct you, Commissioner, but there were comments made on the building permits that the tree removal permit needed to be applied for, and there needed to be dealt with before the CO. That's why we are here at this point. But the tree was removed before the tree permit was actually issued.
Okay, we have there's quite a few things in this.
Yes, and
ordinance.
things, unfortunately, were much different under a previous staff person who unfortunately took some liberties and did not apply our code without bias and equally to everybody. I'll put it that way.
Okay, I'm gonna do a couple of my responses, just like people can just go through it. But to begin with, so we are bonding now, so we can possibly lower but not waive fees.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But one of the things that we were asking is, I believe in the ordinance, it says that if a home is demolished and we have a year to build another home and get it CO'd without having to pay the capacity charges, because if we demoed, obviously there was something there before. So what I think we could ask for possibly would be more than a year, because by the time we buy the property, we do the environmentals, we do the inspection, we do all this other stuff, pretty much a year's already gone by, and forget about permits. So if you give us more time to build that home without charging the fees, that would be very helpful.
Other private people that are buying a lot, and it takes more than a year to do, and I understand we're talking about affordable housing, but I think I just want to put this out there, because one of the things, if it's, for a 25-foot lot under U.S. Department of, HUD, the minimum square foot can be 800 feet, lower than the normal 800 feet. And I think if we think it's okay for a HUD house to have 800 feet, which I live in a house that's about 800 feet.
They're not 800 feet.
What?
They're not 800 feet. I know what it says in there, but we lowered it just to be careful, but our issue with most of the nonprofits is they're building houses for families. Most of the houses they build are probably over 1,000 to 1,200 square feet.
Okay, but I'm just reading this, and it says the dwelling unit shall be a minimum of 800 gross square feet of living area. And my question is, if 800 square feet for these houses is okay, why don't we have 800 square feet as our minimum house size rather than 1,200 feet?
That's not them.
I'm talking, but I'm saying we're carving out for the HUD houses. And
This was already carved out.
I'm looking at an underlined thing, it's right here, it's A, on page 2.
I understand, Madam Mayor, and if you look at the date of the ordinance, it's
Yeah.
from 2010.
Okay,
So this isn't something that's new that we're trying to carve out and make the houses smaller for them. This is something that's already been done, but they don't build to that.
let me ask you a question. Right now, if I wanted to build a single-family house on 25-foot lot, what's my minimum square footage?
I believe it's 800 square feet.
It is 800 square feet. All right, then so I'm just looking at, I don't want to make a distinction between affordable houses and less than affordable houses. That's my concern. And I see a few of those. I believe that, when we just had the ribbon cutting for the single-family house on D Street, I believe it's like, I was like, I think I asked somebody, where's the irrigation? There's no irrigation. And I know, frankly, that, people people in single-family houses have been code violated for not having irrigation and having to put irrigation in their single-family house lot. So again, are we doing this is this for everybody? It looks like it's for everybody. I think my feeling is new construction, if you're talking about a 25-foot lot, irrigation is not that big of a deal. And again, don't we want our neighborhoods that have lower income housing, affordable housing, to look as good as the houses that don't? I think retrofitting is one thing, but my feeling is, and I may just get shut down, that if you're building a new house, put in some irrigation. And if shutters are used, it is preferred that they are functional for hurricane purposes. My question is, does new construction in the city?
Okay. What you're looking at is something that was proposed and adopted a long time ago. Things have changed.
And I'm asking a question.
Right.
About that language.
Okay.
And it's not underlined, it's just the way it is. It is preferred that they functional as for hurricane purposes. My question is, if I built a new house in Lake Worth Beach, do I have to put the windows, do they have to be hurricane windows? Do they have to be storm windows?
You have two choices.
Okay,
You can put impact-rated windows with a Miami-Dade County approval or NOA.
right.
You do have to put a window in that will meet the wind pressures that actually stay in the wall, but then you can supply it with a shutter system or a panel system or something to actually meet the impact requirements of the, I think, 150-mile-an-hour wind load.
The current, so wouldn't it be better if shutters are used, it is required that they are functional as storm shutters?
Okay. That's all in the building code of what has to be met. Where this gets to be weird is that some of the things we put in the NSB2 way back when don't apply anymore. They're not part of our code. We're not stipulating that you have to put shutters on your house. You can if you would like, but they have to be operable if they are, if you don't have the impact ready for the windows.
But this doesn't say that.
And that's not being proposed to be brought forward. That was something that was looked at a long time ago and isn't necessarily still applicable. We have provided you no sample language. We've provided you sample concepts of what to move
Well,
forward with.
I'm just saying, my concept of, if we're trying to get everybody safe, if you don't have hurricane windows and you have shutters, the shutters should be hurricane level shutters.
And if the windows aren't, the shutters have to be.
Okay, but that's, so I'm just saying that language is wrong. And I think it should go from preferred to shall.
I think the misunderstanding is you're looking at old language,
I understand,
which
but it's
is not
still,
under
but
discussion.
it's still, it may not be under discussion, but it's in the ordinance.
No, it's not anymore.
It's, so why is this not crossed out then?
That's not an ordinance to propose to change anything. That's what was done, I think, back in 2010 for NSB 2.
I understand.
It's not still on the books anymore.
Well, why am I looking at it then?
Because it was providing you an example of incentives that were provided a long time ago.
Backstory.
Should you may want to consider them moving
But
forward.
now it's required to be hurricane strength.
It was back then too, but I won't go into all that.
And the trees, I understand about trees, but I am not in favor of money instead of a tree. I think that you have to put a tree, and I think that's one of the things that we're trying to do in the city is to add more trees. And I think that, I mean, I have a 50-foot lot with 3 gigantic trees on it, which are ridiculous, but they were there. So I think a 25-foot lot can have a tree.
Okay, there is a minimum landscape requirement for the 25-foot lot to have a new house. The problem comes in, you can't add the additional trees that are mitigation for the trees that have been removed. Once you meet the minimum requirement for the landscape code, there's not room to put any additional trees, which is what we're trying to come up with a program through our open space recreation master plan as to identify areas in the city where you could put them off-site. We also have discovered or discussed the fact that the tree mitigation caliper for caliper is a little onerous at times. And are you open to lowering that level for houses that would be for affordable workforce ownership or otherwise?
Yeah.
I mean, can I just take a time, can I just make a suggestion for how we're gonna do this? Can you guys clarify what exactly you want us to tell you tonight? Not tell you, but ask us the questions that you need to hear to move forward with these houses? And we
Because it's
can
confusing.
give you some idea of what we think on that, because I have no idea what we're talking about right now.
The first piece would be, do you want to give some sort of incentive or concession that when it comes to landscaping and other utility connection, such as capacity charges, you will be open to having a lower level of service for those entities such that maybe you could replace tree for tree, regardless of the condition of a tree or how big the tree is? Are you open to us looking to see how much we can reduce the capacity charges? I think we could reduce them in some fashion. There's also the ability, like Joan mentioned, extending that year to some amount. The landscape code does need some discretion because right now there is no interplay for a city staff person to take into consideration extenuating circumstances. I'd like to have, because I am the development review official, to have some latitude to help make things a little less onerous for almost everybody, so we could take into special considerations. There are more invasive species we'd like to add to the code so that you only have to replace them one for one regardless of how big they are. There are things that we could do, but are you open to providing some special allowances for entities that provide affordable housing, or affordable or workforce housing? And if you are, we'll bring something back.
Okay, so I have a few other things, so let's hear Mr. McVoy was first, and then let's keep it on, Madam Clerk, let's keep an eye on the time, because we're at 9:10 and we got a lot to do.
Madam Mayor, if I may, just real
Sure.
quick on the utility fees.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe under our bond covenants, we can reduce unless we create a separate fee schedule for these houses. And that is a little bit of an issue. So I think right now, for purposes of this conversation, it should be, you would have to set up a separate fund to pay for these fees. Now, in terms of extending a potential one-year limitation, that may also be something that you could consider, but I would not go down the road of reducing fees because you would have to set up a separate class.
So time would be helpful. Okay. All right, so I'm just, what? I'm gonna, give me 1 second, please. I have a lot of lights on, so let's do 5 minutes each, and then If we have time, we'll do more.
Okay, I need some clarification on the tree part of it. First thing, so I'll have several questions. On the, if I understand correctly, some nonprofit organizations were going to build some affordable houses on some lots. It had some trees. They cut down the trees without a permit. This was not an individual homeowner who did this. This was organizations. Shame on those organizations. Why on earth would an organization that, not look and do the due diligence, especially if when they applied for the permit, it said you need to get a tree permit?
Let's keep it.
I have a real problem that organization, I mean, it's one thing if some homeowner and, didn't know what the rule was and say, well, I was going to build a house and I didn't notice that it said I need a tree permit. But this is an organization. So I have zero sympathy for, hey, we cut the tree down, we were told we had a permit, we cut it down anyhow, and now we'd like you to cut us some slack. Please give me an argument why that makes sense. And it better be good.
We're not asking you tonight to say, hey, that's okay. The only thing we're asking tonight is moving forward, can we relax some of these ordinances so we can continue to build affordable housing in Lakewood? I'm not asking you to waive whatever has happened in the past. I'm not saying, yeah, it's great, you did it without a permit, regardless of who was here or who wasn't here. They know that, and they're aware of that, and they're not going to do it anymore. All we're saying, staff is saying at this point, is there's these two issues that we've gotten some help with before. Would it be possible to get some help again?
I don't know what help means. I mean, to me, that means, hey, I shoplifted and, I'm kind of short on change and can I get some help here?
No, it's giving us more time to get a home bought by the CRA, demolished if it needs to be demolished, and then into the hands of our partners and for them to get a CO on that.
The time issue, that seems reasonable, that, the time it takes to do some stuff is, I don't know where the year came from. I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem with, we have a landscape ordinance. We say often up here, everybody has to follow the rules. And what I'm hearing is, well, an organization, not just an individual, but an organization decided that they were going to ignore what was presented to them in writing, and now they want leeway on it. And arguing that, well, it's because we're building affordable housing, which is a good thing, which we all support here. I'm probably the lead on that, maybe. Maybe not. I'll give Vice Mayor. Anyhow, we're all very supportive of affordable housing. But that shouldn't be an excuse to deliberately ignore the things. I'm very unsympathetic to the argument that, well, I can't really fit it in. I go by regularly, I believe it's E Street or F Street, where a homeowner had an existing tree and worked hard to build right around that tree. They did a wonderful job of it. It is possible to do. People do it all the time. You got to decide to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So I might have some flexibility. If you cut down, do it with a permit, cut down a invasive tree, can you replace it with something else, and does it have to be the same size? Yeah, no, I see some room for some flexibility of that. It really has nothing to do with affordable housing or not, but that seems reasonable. I personally am very committed that we should have a better tree canopy in this town. We have a crappy tree canopy, and the city goes ahead and cuts down trees on a regular basis. I have a problem with that. So anything that makes it easier for people to cut down trees without a decent process on it, I'm not in favor of. Things that encourage more trees, native trees, shade trees, yes.
I don't think that's what we're asking. There's a number of properties that we bought that are then divided up into 25-foot lots to allow Habitat and community partners and the CLT to build more homes. And sometimes those trees are right in the way of where a house would be. So we're not asking for, we still require a permit, and we're still going to ask for tree, but there may be an instance where one lot has like 4 huge trees on it. So maybe one of the things we could consider is they have to provide a tree, but maybe it's not on that lot. Maybe it's somewhere else in the city that we would like some kind of shade.
And I see the mayor disagreeing there. I would tend, yes, maybe you do. Mitigation is a thing in environmental worlds. It has a very poor reputation. First thing to do is take care of the lot. Make sure there's a decent shade tree so that the kids growing up in that house have a tree, have some shade. Do that first. And if there's absolutely no reason, which seems to me unusual based on our setbacks and things, there's usually room you can put a tree. If for whatever weird reason, you can't.
They still have to meet the minimum housing, which is a minimum landscape code, which is a tree in the front. Number of shrubs is a point system. The problem comes in is that if you have a healthy tree in the middle of a parcel and you take it out, you have to replace it caliper for caliper. And in some cases, it could be 8 trees. Well, you cannot get those 8 trees on a 25-foot lot with a house on it. So one thought was that for affordable housing developers, and that could be nonprofit or for-profit, it could be, I think we could limit it to nonprofit ones if possibly, that in those cases, a tree for a tree would be okay versus, replacing the large caliper tree with 8 trees. Jones just mentioned, could it be possible, and we were still working with other people to find alternate locations, which there is a caveat and a mechanism for that, but finding alternate locations that are acceptable to everybody who's involved has proven to be a bit of a challenge. We're still working through that, but part of our open space recreation master plan will hopefully identify where on city properties and rights of way we want to have trees. And if we have somebody who needs to plant some trees but can't put them on their own property, we'll have identified a place they can put them.
I see the problem if you have a lot that's been empty a long time and it has a bunch of trees on it and you're not trying to put a house. Well, you probably can't squeeze 8 trees of the same size onto the remaining non-built space. That seems to be something that we probably need to address, affordable, not affordable, just figure out, okay, there are going to be times where we're going to go down in the number of trees because we're putting a house on it.
Okay, thank you. That's 5 minutes. You want to answer the question? Is there a question?
Yes, we can work out something.
Okay.
We're trying to.
Mr. Segrich is next.
Thank you. I think it's important to point out, it doesn't seem like this is about a particular situation. It's more of a concept and a discussion of that. I think it's also important, as the mayor, I believe, alluded to earlier on, I don't think this is an affordable housing versus non-affordable housing question. I think it's a 25-foot lot question. And I don't think it's fair that, as a city, right now, we need to grow. We need to increase our tax base. We have to infill. We need these empty lots built. And for me, it's not just whether it's affordable housing or not affordable housing. It's we have a difficult lot to build on. There could be a tree right in the middle of it. We had a Live Local project recently, right around the corner from me. Very large tree, happened to be right in the way of the foundation. The city had to come up with a way to deal with that. And our code is not very flexible right now. But I would not be in favor of making this just about affordable, not affordable. If there's somebody that wants to buy a 25-foot lot and build their family home on that, I think they should have every opportunity the same as one of these other organizations. Because let's face it, these organizations are not hurting for money. They're doing good, but if they needed to come up with the money to replace that tree, they could do it. These are multi-billion-dollar corporations. They are doing good. So for me, it's not about affordable versus not affordable. I'd be looking at the 25-foot lot as the designation for that. I am for relaxing our landscape regulations when it comes down to these trees, because I think sometimes we cut our nose off to spite our face with these regulations where they don't make common sense. Example, like the tree in the middle of the lot, having to replace it, or you have a lot that has 8 trees on it, it's not a buildable lot. given our current setbacks and so forth. So I would be in favor of re-examining that. I do think that relocation or allowing somebody to put that tree elsewhere doesn't really work. Because where are they going to be putting it? They're going to be putting it in our parks or another empty lot where it just becomes another tree added to an already a tree-dense area. My concern is that, these lots, and it seems to happen in the lower income areas of our city, as well as the smaller lot areas of our city, it's a heat island. You walk in some of these neighborhoods, it's a heat island. And a lot of these properties do not have shade trees in their front yards. I've seen new development and rehabilitations, and whether or not it was allowed or not allowed, I don't know. But I've seen very large mango trees getting taken out of front yards and getting replaced with 3 Christmas palms. And maybe according to the letter of our landscape code, that was okay. Or maybe they paid an impact for that. But I don't think that should be allowed to happen because it drastically changed the feel of that street. So I am all for exploring the options of making it work, right? Let's make it work for the 25-foot lots. Let's make it so that these affordable housing programs can build these houses and not have to really have all of these impact fees put upon them. But I think we also extend that courtesy to anyone who wants to build on that 25-foot lot. In terms of adding more invasive species and things like that, I think that's a conversation for another day because I think we'll run into problems with SB 180 on that because it's making it more restrictive, not less restrictive. So
It's not to make it easier. It's making it easier. Having a larger list of the trees that we do not want and not having to require them to put the trees back makes it actually easier to develop, not harder.
Right.
The whole goal tonight is to get direction on how to make some things easier and more efficacious and expeditious, but at the same time not impact in a negative way our tree canopy in the city.
Yeah. So I would be in support of anything we can do towards that goal on these lots, but I would apply it to more than just the affordable housing projects or nonprofits.
Thank you.
I would support
Thank you.
both of those, that make it general and make sure that keeping the tree canopy, that is still an explicit goal, increasing.
Okay, thank you. Ms. May?
I would support allowing you guys to go figure some stuff out and bring it back to us, which is what you're asking us to do.
Thank
I
you.
can even,
Okay,
I'm down with that.
so we're a little confused, okay, and I agree, I think it should not be just for a nonprofit or affordable. I think if we're gonna, I think 20, I mean, obviously if a tree's in the middle of a lot, you can't build a house or you have to do something, but I think you've gotten the message that we want a lot of trees in the city. And I think the time frame doesn't seem to be an issue, extending the time. Is there anything else, Ms. Milliga?
Mr. Perry, I don't know, oh, there he is, right there. He had looked into the waiver of the capacity charges and had given me some information on something that Riviera Beach had done because they were in the same situation once they went out to bond. So what they did is they created a program where people could apply for a waiver of those fees. And I don't know if he can come up and talk about it, and there was a certain amount of money every year set aside called $100,000. Once that $100,000 is gone, it's gone. Whoever gets it applies for, and it's a program that they would have to apply for a waiver of these fees. It wouldn't just be an automatic thing. So if you're building on the 25-foot lot and you have to have capacity charges, we could come up with a program to help offset those costs. And every year it would be a line item because unfortunately, with the bond restrictions, you have to get creative. So Mr. Perry he's got the background and he said that Riviera Beach has done it before.
The other thing is I would not want this to go for those, 100 affordable housing units. We're talking about like 4 units or less.
No, this is the 25-foot single-family homes.
Right, that's all we're talking about. Okay, thank you. You've had your 5 minutes. Ms. May, do
Could
you
I
have any more
just
time?
get some
No,
clarification from staff?
you have,
That's the whole point,
Here's
is
five
that you
minutes.
go get something to bring to
Fine.
us.
Did we have any cards?
yes, we do. I have some, and I have, I don't know if the clerk has some. It'll be late night. Ramsey McLeod, followed by Cindy LaCourse Bloom.
Okay, before I really start, Melissa, I just want to say this has been the worst presentation of anything. I had no idea really what the subject matter was when this came forward. So my comments, I'm trying to pick and choose what to say because they don't relate to what you actually were talking about. Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. And I am not against NSP2 housing or any developer that comes in specifically for low-income housing. But based on the information provided in the backup, I don't understand how this item is even on the agenda consideration. Under consideration, as stated, the city manager can waive the fees and make those decisions. We are impacted by our bonds. When we issued bonds, it was part of the financial structure for the utility services. And once we did that, we waived the utility fees authorized under Resolution 24-2012 to ensure compliance with the bond requirements. But there is a negative to that. If the commission desires to adopt the waiver of utility fees to support the rehabilitation and development under NSP2 and/or other affordable housing programs, the city would need to allocate funding from another source to pay these fees. You are in the budget process. Where are you going to find another funding source to pay these fees when you are struggling to find financing to meet the basic needs of the city as a whole? We have no city manager, departments are short-staffed, materials for repairs are increasing in costs, and we have looming debt with the forthcoming developments and garage. We cannot afford to have such a source of income waived and then paid for by us. Such developments need to come in prepared to pay the fees required to meet our ordinances and regulations. We are the only city that has constructed more NSP2/affordable housing units than any other in Palm Beach County. I'm tired of our constant waiving of fees and absorbing the losses of income at the profit of others. The bleeding must stop here. I'm not for supporting developers just because they have some affordable units in their project.
Thank you. Cinder LaCourse Bloom, followed by Jamie Lee Bradshaw.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Cindy LaCourse Bloom, Executive Director of the Community Land Trust of Palm Beach County. Thank you for bringing this item forward. I wanted to say a few words regarding how the landscaping requirements and utility capacity fees directly impact affordable housing delivery. Our organization, the Community Land Trust of Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, develops permanently affordable homeownership opportunities for low and moderate income families. We're greatly appreciative for the city and the CRA's partnership. As many of you are aware, post-pandemic, construction costs have skyrocketed, and they still remain at historic highs. We have been selling homes in Lake Worth Beach for between $185,000 and $220,000, but they cost us $320,000 to build, even with the land donated. So we fill that gap by the land donation, and also we've been getting county subsidies to fill in that difference. So any additional utility or impact fees that we're experiencing has the potential to raise the sales prices. That's all we have to go to. While I wish we had really large budgets, we are a small organization. We have a staff of 2.5 and an operating budget of $300,000. So we don't have any of our own funds to turn to fill that gap. So we look to our partners. Our other choice is to increase sales prices. But because the incomes are restricted of the families that we target, it just puts homeownership out of their reach completely. So even a few $1,000s in fees can make the home unattainable for families. So we're suggesting, if the waivers are not possible, to create a city fund to cover fees for affordable units. Extend the timeline beyond the 1 year to rebuild and still receive a prior use credit. Just really quickly, we are doing 8 units right now. Some of them we had to pay $6,000 for utility connections and some $12,000. And that was all depending on where we were in that 1 year, and that makes a really big difference. So if we could have more time to get all of our funding together and get a CO on the unit, that would be incredibly helpful, especially when we didn't plan for it. With the tree ordinance, we're having to pay in lieu fees.
That's time.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you.
Anybody's welcome to address us, emails, address us individually, absolutely. Jamie Lee Bradshaw?
Yes.
Hi. Followed by Catherine Kohlmeyer.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jamie Lee Bradshaw, and I serve as the Chief Strategy Officer for Community Partners of South Florida. I'm here tonight also as a nonprofit developer attempting to create affordable housing opportunities in Lake Worth Beach. I want to highlight how certain ordinances, particularly those related to tree removal and relocation, are intentionally working against the affordability of that property, as Cindy mentioned. We are not here to completely disregard any policies in any way, and I completely agree with the flexibility period, allowing us to have additional time to be able to do land securing, to do all the titles, to do all of the site plans, to do all, that takes time. And having a 1-year period really collapses and increases how much an organization has to have in pre-development funds to pay all of that ahead, because we don't get any funds immediately. The land may have been donated, which we appreciate, but thousands upon thousands of dollars have to be put out by the organization way before we ever identify a buyer. And so the allowance of time to organize these items will greatly increase our opportunity to create more homeowners who will be your neighbors in this community. Thank you.
And I think you hear some support from the dais on that issue. Catherine Kohlmeyer? Oh, okay. Followed by, well, not followed by, but then Kelly Powell. Followed by Jerry Davidson. Jerry, is it correct? Jenny, thank you.
Hi, good evening. It's later now. Thank you for allowing us to speak on this. My name is Kelly Powell. I'm the CEO at Community Partners of South Florida. And as many as you know, our work in affordable housing is often delayed by unavoidable issues, title complications, demolishing timelines, funding gaps, property transfers. These delays can easily stretch beyond a year. That is what we're fighting, is that 1 year right now. For us, we just need more time. Current ordinances require new water and sewer impact fees if a property has demolished for more than 12 months. It's making it almost impossible to finish to be able to create a home. I do want to share that there are only a few of us nonprofit developers, and we are not your multi-billionaire companies. We actually have a staff that I'm trying to make sure I can keep. We've had to furlough people, lay people off because of budget cuts, but we want to continue to work in affordable housing. We want to continue to build the economic development of the city of Lake Worth Beach. And so being able to get that capital stack put together so we can ensure that the projects are done, not just to create affordable housing, but dignified housing. This is neighborhoods, these are families, and we want to make sure that we're able to provide that for them. So we just ask that you continue to, thank you for the support you provide us, but continue to consider this opportunity for us to extend the timeline for us. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you, Kelly. Brad Hertzberg, followed by, I missed Jenny first. I missed Brad this first time around. All right, so it's Jenny, then Brad.
Hi, it's Jenny Davidson, 307 North D Street. I've been a Habitat homeowner in Lake Worth for 13 years now, and I was on the staff of Habitat for 11 years. When we talk about affordable housing, it's easy to get caught up in numbers. Prices, fees, timelines, penalties, but behind every one of those numbers is a family like mine waiting for a safe place to call home. Habitat's model is different. They don't build to turn a profit. They build so people can have stability, so kids can grow up with a space to thrive in safe neighborhoods where parents don't have to worry if the place they can afford comes with trade-offs to their health or security. And because of that, they do everything they can to keep homes truly affordable. When unexpected fines or long permit delays happen, Habitat doesn't just pass those costs along to the homeowner, they absorb them. That adds up quickly, and every time they absorb one of those unexpected costs, it means there's one less family that they can serve the next time.
I fully understand the city needs to enforce regulations, and Habitat fully complies with those processes. But some of the recent changes in how rules have been interpreted have made it harder to do this work. In one case, we were assessed fines for activity that happened before Habitat took ownership of the property. The impact of those delays and penalties isn't theoretical. Future homeowners wait longer, and resources that could go into another build are instead spent navigating additional fees. I want to thank Vice Mayor Malega for bringing forward thoughtful proposals and being willing to explore the options. These kind of solutions make real differences for nonprofits like Habitat and for the families they serve. These families aren't asking for shortcuts, they're asking for a fair shot. And every time we can remove an unnecessary barrier, we move one family closer to stability and homeownership, which is good for them, it's good for our neighborhoods, it's good for Lake Worth Beach as a whole. So thank you all for your leadership and for recognizing that every family is counting on you to do the right thing.
Thank you very much. Here comes Brad.
Yes.
Okay. Followed by Yolanda Del Carmen Sanchez.
Wonderful. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and City staff. I'm Brad Hertzberg, the Director of Homeowner Services for Habitat for Humanity, Greater Palm Beach County. We partner with local families to build safe, decent, and affordable homes. We have partnered with the Lake Worth Beach CRA now since 2010 and have built 60 new affordable homes since that 2010, advancing our mission of affordable housing. I'm excited to share that we do have 4 lots available for a home ownership opportunity here in this great city of Lake Worth Beach, so please help me spread the word. Our homeowners work hard, contribute sweat equity, and take on an affordable mortgage, so keeping construction costs low is essential to our building more homes. When we face unexpected expenses like new water and sewer impact fees or extensive tree mitigation costs, it directly impacts our budget and reduces the number of families that we can serve. A single additional fee can mean the difference between building 5 homes or building 4 homes. One key challenge is tree mitigation. We value our tree canopy, but the process and cost can delay projects for weeks and even months, keeping approved Habitat homeowners from moving into and starting their lives. We approve homeowners before construction begins. These are real families ready, waiting, and working toward their dream of home ownership. When projects are delayed or budgets are changed, it's more than a scheduling issue, it's their lives on hold. We are grateful to Vice Mayor Malega for raising this discussion. We're proud to partner with the city, and by working together to reduce costs and delays, we can open more doors to affordable home ownership in the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, I'll say it again, Yolanda Del Carmen Sanchez, followed by Peggy, is that right?
That's right.
Thank you. Followed by Peggy Fisher.
So I want to take this opportunity to share that picture. That was the picture during my dedication. My name is Yolanda Del Carmen Sanchez, and I've been proud to call Lake Worth my home since 2004. I've cherished my time here in Royal Poinciana neighborhood, and before that, I lived at south of 6th Avenue when I was renting. And it shaped my journey here. So for me, my Habitat for Humanity house represents so much more than just 4 walls. It's a vital anchor that has kept my family united through thick and thin. At 24, I found myself with 2 children navigating life, right? Through the pandemic of those times, 2008 through 2012. Those were also unsettling times. And my children deserved stability. The same stability that happens when we have nice shade trees in front of our house also happens when we have a house to put them in. We've experienced our share of ups and downs over the years, job changes, health changes, divorce, and everyday trials and tribulations of raising a family. My house is sacred space where my children's heights are, as soon as you walk in, you see all their heights for the door frame. I love my house and I'm gonna die there. The most precious gift is this home has offered us is a chance for me to put down roots. Before finding this, every year, like most other people, back then, every year people had to during taxes had to save up money to move. Now that's becoming harder and harder for people to do. So home ownership is the way to lift people out of poverty. Habitat for Humanity is not a handout to hand up. This house has become the cornerstone of our lives, and when I die, it'll be willed to them. Habitat is a hand up, not a handout. My home is a sanctuary for people facing challenging situations. It's also allowed me to be free. Madam Mayor, you okay? I deeply appreciate your ongoing support for Habitat for Humanity of Greater Palm Beach County, and each contribution helps shine a light of hope, like families like me, Also, I would like to say, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, Peggy Fisher?
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. I don't know where to start with you all tonight, because something that to me, should have been an easy give direction, which Commissioner May did, has taken over 30 minutes of discussion, with some of it not really nice, in my opinion, and welcoming. I understand that Habitat for Humanity in the United States is a big company. But in Palm Beach County, it's a small organization. The same for the other small nonprofits who are helping. And you look at some of these 20-foot lots, and they build a home on it, and every one of them has a tree in the front yard. Every one of them. And then you look at some of the lots that they build them on. They take a 50-foot lot, split it in half, and make 2 homes. I just don't know why you all can't be a little bit less verbose about something that is a benefit to our city, and not be so negative in some things, and just give these 2 people, Mr. Waters and Ms. Oliva, direction to try and work through this and make it where it works for everybody. The city gets its money, the city gets its abeyance to the ordinance. You can't take out a 6-inch caliper tree and find another 6-inch caliper tree in a nursery to put in there. You got to think about what you got to put back in. And doesn't make sense in a lot of places. So I just had to come up here and say, God, and you've got an hour and 15 minutes to go through the garage, referendums. Not good use of time tonight.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comments?
I do not, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so it seems like the time frame is the thing that's just easy enough to deal with. So come back to us with that to vote on. I think I think this agenda item was a little confusing. Yes. Thank you. So we probably should meet with you and just kind of get a better idea of what's going on here. So can we have consensus for the time frame to be extended? 18 months is what you're looking for? What are you looking for?
Let's talk it out with staff
Oh,
and get back to you.
so we'll come back?
Yeah.
Okay, all right,
But longer,
longer, okay. So we're moving up.
significantly longer.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a bit confusing. I was certainly confused. All right. Keep up the good work, folks.
Oh, and we're not skipping the home blessing on Thursday. We have to be here for a budget meeting, but the women's build one, we're not skipping it. We're there because we're not gonna be there, but it's not because we don't wanna be.
You'll be there in spirit.
We'll be there in spirit. We have to be here for budget.
We'd much rather be somewhere else.
Especially for the women's though.
Yeah, really. Okay. So, now we're going back to unfinished business. The CRA Advisory Board appointment to fill an unexpired term on the CRA Advisory Board. It looks like we have a choice of 2 people to fill that position.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, there are 3.
Yeah, essentially, we just have to pick one to be the one-term
I
person
make a motion to appoint Harry Wolin.
for the 1 year.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any public comments, Madam Clerk? I didn't
No,
see it.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, so that's
you
great.
vote?
Now,
I
no,
did
we're-
not vote because
we're-
I was a little confused as to what,
There's just
we're-
one term that ends on the in 2026 that we didn't
so we're
specify that.
shorting somebody's
Well, they
term a
can be
little bit.
reappointed.
somebody quits, yeah.
So
They're
just-
already on. All
Yes.
three are already on.
Yes,
right?
we're just saying that one of them will be, the term will end in 2026, but that doesn't mean we can't
They have a
reappoint them.
vacancy to be filled now.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, K Street South Parking Structure Design.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, can I have a motion to extend till 11?
Do extend, but it'll cost you.
Can you speak into your mic?
No. Motion to extend.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. I guess, okay, Mr. Brown, I see your lights on.
There's something about my mic.
Well, we need to get you the other mic. Mr. Waters, could you help out here?
Sure.
There, this one. Oh, it's
And
plugged
this
in.
is-
Yeah, they're all
We can
plugged.
shift them.
that's-
Shift, give this to Jamie. And
That's,
I'll take this. and
they're
Anthony.
gonna have to fix it tomorrow. They said it's something with the hard wire.
Yeah, give him that one. And then you take this one.
And then you'll take that one.
You
I have
take this
mine.
one.
I had a quick question, possibly
Sure, Mr. Brown.
lighten the load. New business C and D are just task orders. I didn't get
Oh,
any
okay.
questions from any of you guys during one-on-ones. If possible, could we maybe just knock those two out quickly before we do the garage, so that way we can kind of lighten the load a little bit?
I have no problem with that. Anybody have a problem with that?
No. Motion to approve task order 3 with Mock Ruse Associates, Inc. for underground fuel tank replacement.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
And you
Motion-
want the next one? right?
Motion to approve task order 4 with Mock Ruse and Associate for Southeast Coast Street and South 8th Street roadway improvements.
Do you have a?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Chris, your light on?
Not for that, for the garage.
Well, we're all gonna have stuff to talk about with the garage. I'm sorry?
It's just-
Oh, you're more than welcome. Okay. Up next then is the parking garage. I'm gonna take a quick break and I will ask the vice mayor. I will ask the vice mayor to get started and we'll be here. I'll be right back.
What am I getting started on? Presentation?
I guess.
Brett, do we have a presentation?
Yes, we do. Thank you. So, introduce myself, Brent Whitfield with Chinmore and Associates, also resident 133 Duke Drive, and I'm joined today by Bruno.
Bruno Phillips, PGL Architects, 791 Boca Raton, Florida.
Presentation today is with respect to the K Street Garage. Give some background. I'm sure a lot of people are familiar, but this kind of discussion started with the downtown parking study in 2018 and 2024, and the findings from those studies, which were presented at previous meetings, were regarding what the capacity was during peak hours and what the expected inventory would be needed with demand increasing as development occurs and some of the vacant storefronts fill in with new businesses. The recommendations of those studies were to create a paid parking program to manage inventory and a recommendation to increase parking inventory. And the recommendation included a concept in the studies for a parking garage at South K Street. More recently, in April of this year, the city moved forward with a comprehensive agreement for the South K Street garage, which defined an arrangement to finance and construct a city-owned garage in partnership with SLWD. That was approved in April. So where are we in the timeline of that agreement? We're kind of basically where that star is. So we had the agreement in April. In June, a initial design report was prepared. I presented that, Bruno and I presented in July, so that everyone have a chance to review. We'll go over what some of that input was here shortly and the responses. And then tonight, we're here to take your input and get direction to move forward with the design program here. So tonight, we're looking for some consensus on the direction of what the garage should be. And then once we get that direction, we can move to design development phase, which in November we'll bring back to you a more comprehensive package of design with detailed engineering drawings and such. And at that point, we can start entitlement process and move forward those phases. But on the right, you'll see some different arrows. Those are points where the city or related city staff and boards have opportunities to weigh in. So as you can see, we're still early on in the process, but we're at a phase where we need some big picture direction. So what we presented on July 15th was basically two options. Option one was a 4-story garage with 231 spaces. That garage had for $8.3 million estimated construction cost, had a second elevator, but had no exterior decor. It was just a plain exterior. Option two was a 5-story garage, which had 259 spaces. And the reason was we were trying to hit 250 spaces in the footprint that was available. That was a $9.1 million garage. Both of those, the cost to do the exterior paint and cladding and kind of aesthetic improvements were around $600,000 to $700,000, $600,000. So the total for a 4-story was $8.9 million. For a 5-story was $9.7 million. The primary consideration of this design concept that was presented in July was that it had a setback on the southern edge from First Avenue to accommodate relocated structures. And those were, it's the 17 South End property that was going to be relocated and the garage from that property to that area. In the July 15th meeting, the commission was asking Bruno and I questions about how would the design change if that was not a design constraint to have that setback for relocated structures. And so we've been working since that time on how that would change. So we've prepared basically kind of 3 different options for your review tonight. The first option is the 4-story garage, but an expanded footprint farther south to extend closer to First Avenue. And that would allow for an increase in inventory, so more spaces in the garage, an improvement in efficiency, so more spaces per square foot, improved safety elements, specifically by lengthening the garage, we reduce the steepness of the slopes on the ramps, and we have wider in bays so that there's more room for turning movements of vehicles. There's a 5-story version, so same exact concept as far as the expanded footprint, but 5 stories. And then there was a discussion in the July 15th meeting with respect to, can we create a convertible space on the rooftop that would be a hybrid where potentially when it was not being used for parking, maybe some sort of event could be had, or there could be some kind of green space. And actually these pictures on the right are from a parking garage in Las Olas. They have this like yoga space on the roof of it. So that top picture is what it looks like from the outside, obviously very expensive garage. And the roof of the garage has this space, which is used for yoga and such. So kind of interesting.
Right, excuse me, I'm going to use privilege. That one on the top is the one that's on Broward Boulevard?
It's on Las Olas.
On Las Olas.
Right next to the beach.
Yeah, I drove past it on Sunday, and I thought it was an art gallery. And my spouse goes, "That's a garage, you ding dong." So you had me fooled.
Yeah. So, yeah, I would take that. That's a compliment for me in my house. So 4-story garage with this footprint. We kept it not all the way. Bruno did not bring it all the way to the closest setback. We have an 18-foot setback from First Avenue South, which is larger than the 10-foot minimum required. That allows for at least one full car length to be queued, and it also gives some room for a landscape buffer on that First Avenue South edge. We increased the size of the end bays, so when you're making that turning movement, there's an extra 1.5 feet, makes it a little easier to make the turn coming around the end of each ramp. The efficiency, so this is how much footprint are you square footage of parking garage concrete do you have for each parking space? So before, because we were constrained and a little shorter, it just took more concrete to get to one space. Here, it becomes more efficient. So that's a kind of a metric that's used for efficiency. So it's more efficient garage. The ramp slopes are decreased to 4%, total height of 42 feet. So what you have here is you've added 50 spaces for an additional $700,000. So it goes from 8.3 to $9 million as the base cost. The exterior paint and framing went up about $100,000 because the actual exterior of the garage is bigger. But the average construction cost per space is $34,000 for this. Yeah, that's the all-in price. And that includes contingency and kind of all the different pieces of the puzzle with the fire suppression and elevators and everything built into that cost. So, but I think a nice thing to look at when you think of it is the average price is $34,000. The prices for parking garage average should be in that 30 to 35, 38,000 range. But the 50 spaces we added when we linked in the garage, by only being at $700,000 more, they were like $14,000 per space, really effectively. So it was a good choice with respect to efficiency of garage design to make it longer. So we look at the same exact footprint with a fifth floor, and you get a little more efficient from 354 to 348. When you go from 4 floors to 5, you add over 80 spots, so you get a lot more spots. Same concept for the ramps. There is a consideration, and William understands this much better than I do, but the parapet height on this garage is 52 feet. When you look at the highest point, which is the top of the elevator shaft and stairwell, that's 58 feet. The city's historic preservation design guidelines in this area are 56.3. So I don't know exactly how that would apply, but it's something to note that we're pushing up in the vicinity of the height guidelines for this location. And the cost is significantly more. So we've gone up to 11 million without any exterior improvements, 11.9 million. The cost per space is slightly lower with a $32,000 cost per space, but overall it's much more costly. And then when we look at the concept for a kind of event space on the roof, I think Bruna did a really admirable job of making this space. So he created a 120-foot by 45-foot space at the northern end of the rooftop that is flat and can be converted to, space for vendors or yoga class or whatever it would be. You've got planters for green space, and of course you need to irrigate them and maintain and all that kind of stuff. The layout he was able to do didn't really lose any spaces if you convert it back to a parking spot, but by kind of setting out the planters and things, you would take 12 spaces out of rotation to turn it into that event space. It does allow for 245 occupants based on kind of the density of assembly and that space. But because of that, we had to have an extra stairwell. This seemed to be kind of hard for our design team to do a cost estimate of, because really defining all the pieces of it. But their number, they said, was an extra 1.6 million, which honestly seemed a little higher than it seems like it would be to me, but I'm not the pro on cost estimating these things. Regardless, it's a relatively expensive addition, and the average cost per space goes up a lot when you add in that extra amenity. So here's kind of the summary, pulling everything together. So what we presented in July, those options, and all of these, the middle column there, the estimated costs, all of these assume 2 elevators and a painted exterior with the aluminum framing. So maybe there's some options to cut some of the costs down on how we do the exterior amenities or exterior aesthetics. But I just wanted to have one basis. So everything is assuming kind of the full paint and exterior improvements. So the first 2 options, what we presented in July, 8.9 million and 9.7 million, were for the 4 and 5 level garage with the condensed footprint. When you look at what we're presenting today, the 4-level with the larger footprint, you got for 9.7 million, you added 50 more spaces over the level 4, and even 22 more spaces over the level 5. So you get a lot more spaces in that location at a lower cost per space, more efficient. And then when you have the 5-level garage, then the cost jumps up, and then of course the kind of convertible event space. So you kind of can cross compare here. When I put this draft together, Yannick said, can we please add a column that says how much above our $8.5 million budget we are, which I thought was a thoughtful way to do it. So we're basically, with what you saw in July, we're 400,000 or 1.2 million over the 8.5 that was identified as the budget in the original, in the comprehensive agreement. Now, what we're presenting today, you've got kind of a range of, between 1 and 5 million above what the budget was. And with respect to that, I want to kind of talk a little bit about budgetary considerations. So one of the things that was discussed at that July 15th meeting was if we make a more efficient garage by not relocating the buildings, what does that do for the design? And so as we kind of chased that down and talking with Yannick and Joan with the CRA, we looked at what does that mean from a budgetary perspective. So you have 8.5 million committed to the parking agreement, or committed to the garage and the parking agreement with the different partners in that arrangement. The developer, SLWD, has contributed $500,000 to relocating the structures. If they were demolished instead of relocated, about $420,000 of that could be reallocated to the garage. The city, as Yannick described in his budget, has $660,000 allocated to retrofit the structures once they were relocated. So if you decided, for whatever reason, to not do the relocations, then you have just under $1.1 million that's in the bucket that was set aside before for the concept that you saw in July that could be applied to the garage. So you're very close to the price. You're, within the range of where our contingency is. We have a $9.7 million cost estimate for the 4-level, 281 space garage proposed, and there's 300 and something thousand dollars of contingency in that number. So you're kind of in the ballpark where we can start working on value engineering, things like that. Other staff members wanted me to make note that an additional consideration for this slide is that if this structure relocation and rehab budget is reallocated, then leisure services needs a home, and that's not necessarily a parking garage discussion, but it's something as the different dominoes fall to be considered. And I wanted to kind of talk about some other things that we looked at and thought about when we're considering this design. I think the more efficient concept is that 4-level, more expanded footprint, but obviously the budget is a concern. So what are some ideas? Well, we could look at different painting options, maybe not have the aluminum framing, maybe do a mural or just a painted exterior. One of the things that we heard in discussions since July was, maybe we can do a trellis at strategically located points where climbing vines could be just on certain elevations to kind of give it an aesthetic improvement and hopefully not at the full price. Another thing that we talked about was really interesting, and I should credit Joan for this concept, was the fire suppression costs are significant a part of the mechanical system for the proposed parking garage. And one of the concerns from the fire marshal is you have these EVs and EV chargers, and so the fire suppression requirements are higher. And the concept which was discussed was, well, maybe we have the same number of EV charging stations, but we relocate them to the other side of K Street so that the garage doesn't need that fire suppression requirement. The chargers are in the parking lot across the street, and maybe that parking lot could be repurposed for chargers, golf carts, other modes, bicycles, what have you. You could special purpose that parking lot. We're adding a lot of new parking inventory, so maybe maybe a concept with that lot that could be special purpose for the EVs, and we come back to the fire marshal and say, hey, maybe we don't need as big of a pump for our fire suppression system. So that's something, if we're locked into 4 levels or 5 levels, we can, again, this next phase, we get into the detailed design, we can talk to the mechanical engineers about ways to value engineer some of the costs we've assumed. And, an option that Bruno and I had been talking about, because the event space was a concept that people were interested in, but the version that was kind of the full build out was quite expensive. Maybe we just put in some additional electric outlets and some water service points so that you could have vendors set up there, but wouldn't have planters and irrigation lines and waterproof, all the kind of trimmings that comes with all the other things. So those were just some big pictures things I talked about. So again, the intent tonight is we want to give Bruno and HE2PD, the design team, direction to say, okay, we like this version of the garage and we're comfortable moving forward with that design, and the design team can put together the full set of design development drawings that really dive into some of the nitty-gritty detail. Once we know we want to be 4 levels or we want to be 5 levels, we want to have planters or we don't want to have planters, whatever the decision is. So we kind of need that of the options discussed here. I think this is maybe a good place to leave off. Where should the team be focused? And we can take those marching orders and be back November with a full set of design drawings.
I have one factual question before just real quick. What's the amount, how many spaces do we need to replace what we're losing from the project? Like, what's the bottom line of spaces that we're losing?
Yeah, I thought I should have known the answer to this question. I know that the concept that was presupposed in the design studies and in the initial, I think it was 280 spaces, and what was in the initial proposal that was assigned to the design team was, I think,
It was 258.
250, yeah, it was just over 250. And actually, while the discussion goes on, I'll pull up some of my notes on my laptop and give you the exact number.
Okay, again, now it's 10 after 8. It's 8 after 10. So we're gonna have 5 minutes each. I'm gonna keep the timer. So that, because we're not at the end of this agenda yet. Okay, we have a lot of lights on. Who was first? Honor system, who was first?
I was.
Okay, Mr. McVoy, you got 5 minutes.
City Manager, when did we receive the financial information about the cost estimates for this?
The actual presentation itself was, that was put in today. We typically don't.
Yeah, I have to admit, I didn't find out some of these dollar figures until, I think, Monday morning. So a lot of it, the cost estimating team was reworking based on some comments we had. So the package was still coming together.
I just would like to remind the commission, and it's something that I brought up a number of times before, that we have a rule that there is a deadline before meetings. I believe it's 10 days before or something or other, some number of days before it's noticeable that all the backup has to be ready or the item doesn't go on the agenda. And the logic is that all of the relevant backup information, whatever is considered complete, should be available. If it's not, it should get moved automatically to the next meeting. I do not think it is appropriate for us to be deciding on something where the numbers were only available, and I believe they were only sent to us. I don't know whether they were made publicly available or not, but either way, only today. I do not understand how this commission thinks that that's transparency and responsible decision-making. I have no problem with that there were deadline issues and getting the number. That's fine, I understand that. Then you say, okay, back when we had the deadline for submitting for this meeting, you got your stuff, you don't have your stuff, you don't have your stuff, we'll put it on the next meeting. It's not complicated. We owe it to the community and to ourselves that we're not making decision on stuff where the ink is still drying. Why do we have a deadline?
As we mentioned before, presentations typically have not been part of the backup.
But that's baloney, because this is where the
Mr. McVoy,
numbers
please
were.
Then we
keep
need
yourself civil.
direction that from moving forward, that all presentations need to be part of the backup. In the past, that has not been part of the backup.
It's not an issue of presentations or not. That is a shell game where you say, hey, we're not going to include the costs. We'll just tell you some stuff, but we're not going to lose the costs. Well, the costs are pretty relevant. We'll stick that in the presentation and slide that into the last minute. No. The cost is a very relevant part of it and should be available to the public as part of the deadline. So I would make a motion that we simply do not talk about this now, put it on the next meeting, because we did not meet that deadline.
Is there a second? Calling
And
again
this
for a
is
second?
why-
Calling again for a second? Having none, okay. Thank you.
Matt, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Brown.
I just wanted to mention, so we did meet with Brent, Bruno. We had all of you in the one-on-ones individually. We got all of your input and everything, which is what you see so in taking a lot of the information we got in those, we wanted to make sure, even though some of it was kind of like a back of them, we wanted to make sure we provided some estimates based on what came out of all of those. So obviously you saw some that were like option 3A and 3B that are pretty substantial. We still wanted to be able to provide that to everyone. That took some time to put together. So again, this was already on the schedule. If that is something you guys want to, in the future, have the presentations, and these are living documents. We continue to update coming up to the meetings, but just give us some direction if that's what you want to do in the future.
Thank you. Who's next?
Madam Mayor, if I may just say something.
Sure.
To bring to some context to this conversation. The way the process is laid out in our comprehensive agreement, right now, we're looking at a preliminary design, and they've provided cost estimates. What then happens is those cost estimates are going to continue to be refined as we go through the next design level, and you won't actually have a contractual guaranteed maximum price until we get much further in the design. So while these cost estimates are helpful, tonight you are not voting on a cost. You are voting only on the design based on some estimated costs. So please just keep that in mind.
Thank you. Okay, who's up next? Sarah?
Thank you. Question, one of the slides you referenced in regards to the height made a reference to the historical, but we changed the zone. We changed the classification of the zoning, so I'm confused on why the city's historical preservation design guidelines are being brought up. Can you give me clarification?
I tried, this is William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. I tried to explain, there are two things happening. Yes, you changed the zoning, and the downtown zoning district, through a planned development, only allows a maximum height of 56 feet, 3 inches.
So
When I'm referring to the design guidelines, and I'm sorry it got misinterpreted, I didn't provide any more comments after this morning, is that as you recall with WMODA, it was required to tear down from 5 stories to 4 to 3 as it approached First Avenue. That is part of our design guidelines and our historic preservation ordinance. As this 5-story garage, full plate, is getting taller in the wrong direction. It is the tallest on the south end of the garage.
Oh.
It will be in conflict with our design guidelines and our historic preservation parameters.
Thank you for clarification. Can you go back to the one with the rendering of the 5-story? So I don't know if anyone has been downtown, but not that long ago, Joan and I were on top of the roof of the brewery behind here. And what we saw was not anything that I would want to hang out on a garden and look at. And I don't understand why anybody, I mean, there's an alley there. Yes, it's going to be more improved. But to me, I don't see the benefit of doing a green space and spending money on a 5th floor veranda. on a parking garage. Now, if I'm gonna go onto a veranda, I'd rather do it at a restaurant or at a hotel that's closer to the intercoastal or the water where I can actually see something and enjoy it. I'm not in favor of that. I also don't like the idea of inviting people to come up there and do things on the 5th floor. All I think about is people falling over, jumping off, kids. I just think liability. My liability factors are just like, that freaks me out. So I will not support any kind of green space up there. Now, I would like to see the vines that we talked about on the outside, greenery like they have at the IMAX or whatever that thing is in Delray. I like to see some infill on the top floor with shade trees. I would like to see that. I would possibly like to see even maybe overhangs for people to park under instead of them being out in the blazing sun on the 5th floor. That I could get behind. Because if I'm gonna park on the 5th floor and we live in Florida, last thing I wanna do is have to walk across that with no shade. So if we can maybe look at doing a shade trees down the middle or something, I could get behind that kind of green space. But nothing as far as like an open yoga area, that just makes me completely nervous. But I would be in favor of 5 floors. The extension, I would like to see hard cost once you do. I love the idea, like you talked about with Joan, moving all the EV cars out of the garage. I think that might also help you with some of the things you're dealing with the fire department. And I think that having that one unique lot also makes us more unique, right? You have the golf carts, mopeds, EVs. So I like that idea. I support that. I support 5 floors if we can get into compliance with our height limitations. But I think that it's important that I personally don't want us to push the limit. If this is what our guidelines say, and this is already in a residential area, and we're already building a garage, I want to make sure that we're being as compliant as possible. So I'd like to see the final numbers when you come back on saving on the suppression system. Again, I love the green space on the outside where people are going to walk by. I don't think that we need any artwork or anything in the alleyway at this point. Maybe we can do that down the road as far as a mural or something. But to me, it makes more sense if we're going to build the garage to try to get the maximum value out of it. And those last spaces are really the value-added spaces. So that's where I stand.
Thank you. Yeah?
Okay, so I just have a quick question. Regardless if we did the 4 or 5 stories, do we have to make a concrete decision on, yes, we're gonna have a terrace thing now? Or is that something we can build on later, maybe as part of a bonus from some future P3, like, hey, yeah, we'll do this if you build us this terrace?
So the problem with the terrace is that you need that extra stair. There's 3 stairs up there. Without the terrace, you just need 2. So that terrace and making an assembly space requires that 3rd stair. So
Okay.
they kind of go hand in hand.
Okay.
You know, just because you can't create an event space and not be
Okay.
able to get the people to exit.
Then I'm gonna agree with Vice Mayor Maliga. I think it's too much. That's not, I don't wanna do yoga in the blazing sun on top of a garage. And we have the Cultural Plaza, we have a bunch of other places that we could do this. We have an entire park. Yeah, sorry, go
I
ahead.
was just gonna say, if I may, there is a way to approach the 2 stairs, maybe get some assembly space up there with just the water and the electrical by making those ramps less steep, which will allow egress to be able to traverse that garage to both the stairs. Right now, you can't really get to the stair on the south side because the ramps are too steep.
Okay.
Right, to be able to exit.
Yeah,
So
I
you
mean-
could potentially make those less steep like the other floors.
I'll listen to my colleagues when they talk about why their reasoning for having that, but I just don't see a reason to have a
Yeah,
terrace
right,
on
I'm just
top.
saying there might be a way to not have that.
And 5 stories would make it less slanted. 5 would be,
No, it's the same, it's 4.05%
Yes,
slope.
on all floors, except for, the reason with the steeper floors, ramps on the upper floor was to create that terrace space and be able to allow people to still park and move through the garage while an
Yeah.
event is going on.
okay, but it says both bays still require sloping ramps, but slope has been reduced.
So, yes,
That's
so.
when we go all the way out to the
It's-
First Street.
Right.
First
It's-
Avenue.
Yeah.
It's only steep with that terrace space.
So if, in order to make sure you have the 120-foot by 45-foot space flat, so it can be, you have to get up to that height quicker, so that last ramp is
So without
steeper.
it, it would be a less.
Right.
Mr.
I'm not
are you
done.
No, okay,
No.
go ahead.
Okay, and then as far as like planning for the future goes, what I'm a little concerned about, I mean, my gut is saying do the 4-story. It's $9.7 million as it is. But am I gonna kick myself 10 years from now when we don't have enough spaces? And I mean, I know that's a guess, nobody knows the future, but what impact do you think that decision would make? And do you think that 5th floor is so necessary that we need to spend an extra $2 million?
So I think this would be a good place to answer the question that the mayor asked in the beginning that I didn't know the answer to, but I looked
great.
up. So if you remember from the July presentation, one of the first things I walked through was how many spaces are we kind of losing by the WMOTA and the parking garage? How many have we obligated to construct as part of the sales tax? So when you add it all up, there are 205 spaces that we need to create at a minimum with the garage.
So if we do the 4-story, we're at 281.
Right. So with a 4-story, you've got
So that's 76
all of
more
the
than we
spots, the 205 spots means you have all the spots that you're taking out by doing
Right.
the multiple developments, and all of the spots that you're adding in demand from the museum, and all of the 36 imaginary spots that you're supposed to have created with the sales tax money. So it's actually definitely 86 more spots than currently exist, a lot of which needs to be built to
Well,
accommodate the
76
demand.
more.
So 50 spots for
50.
WMOTA and 36 spots, the demand that they paid the $1 million towards the garage, that 50 spots. 36 spots for the obligated, anyway, I feel
Right.
like I'm
No, I
running out of
get-
circles.
yeah, you are.
But so to the minimum of 205 spots you need to create would be many more spots than currently exist out there. So 281, you have 76 more spots than currently exist or the demand is calling for in the upcoming development. So it's a lot more spots. I mean, 76 spots is the current lot behind Lilo's is 46 spots, I think.
Oh, that's it? Oh, wow, that is a lot.
Or is that,
Okay.
sorry, 56 spots, 56 spots.
I mean,
So it's like a whole lot of behind Lilo's plus 20 more in addition to
Right,
the
and I
demand.
mean, if we did the lot with the golf carts and the EVs and all that stuff, we would kind of be losing a couple more spots too, if you consider that. Or it doesn't have to be that whole lot, it could just be one half of it.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
something like that. But, yeah, I would have to be pretty convinced to go 5 stories. It just doesn't make, I think that might be a little excessive. If we're, can you go back to the dates with the prices? One more forward.
Oh.
No, go back. Keep going
Ah.
to the chart. There you go. I want to go August, option 1, 4 levels, large footprint, please.
That sounds like a diner order. Thank you.
Mr. Segridge.
Thank you for the presentation and all of the data. It's very helpful. I think we need to look at what is the purpose of building the garage? And it stems from a 2018 and then a 2024 parking study where it was revealed that we needed 150 spaces. On top of that, we've now added 50 spaces to that from the WMOTA. And we had an obligation for 36 or 37 spaces, and we're taking spaces away. So according to our studies, we need to be gaining a net of 150. So the 4-floor option at 281 spaces gives us 76 spaces. That's halfway to our goal. The 5-story option gives us 158 spaces, which puts us at our need. And so for me, the 5-story fulfills that purpose. Now, I understand the numbers look big, but we're talking about a cost per space. And if you look at our average cost per space, we're doing very well compared to the average that other municipalities are seeing. Even with the Cadillac version with the event space, whether you like it or not, we're at $37,000 a space. And that's adding something that has, no parking value. So I think any of these options at 5 stories economically make sense because of the cost per space. I think we need to do the 5 stories because of our need, as stated by the parking study. I think the 4-story option, we're going to regret it in 5 or 7 years because the need has already been established at that 150. In terms of the 5th floor, I think I was one of the larger proponents of the green space and the usable space up there. I still think that would be a good thing. I don't want to get into all the arguments as to why. But it seems like the costly element there is the addition of the 3rd staircase, which is really the driving cost factor. The ability to use it as an event space or have it be a little bit more open to people, I think to me is less important than having trees and shade trees up there. So I would agree with both Commissioner Malega and May that having shade trees, will reduce that heat island effect. It'll make it a much more attractive structure throughout the city and achieve some of the goals that I have, in terms of what I was thinking with a green space up there. So I would be for, a compromise, eliminate that 3rd stairwell, have the green space, the trees and the greenery up there. So it's not just a concrete monstrosity. It's a living part of the city. I think it's great that you mistook the parking garage for an art feature. I wish we could do that, and we don't have the space to do that. But in Lake Worth, we have a lot more of an urban design, and we have beautiful murals. And maybe instead of the aluminum and so on facade, maybe some facade that has more of a mural and an artistic flair to it. I would be in more favor of that than just various different cladding materials. I like the art. So I would compromise in my opinion on it and say, I truly believe we need to do the 5-story for the raw number of spaces that's been dictated by our parking study. I think we need greenery up there in terms of shade trees and to make it a living structure. And the outside, I would be for the mural option versus the cladding. And I would say definitely if we can reduce costs by eliminating that 3rd stairwell, that's a way to go. And, analyzing from a cost per space, I think we're getting a pretty good deal. And I think, this doesn't have to come out of necessarily operating budget. I think when we looked at the budget, there were some funds that we came across that have significant amounts of money in them that could be utilized. I was also given direction by our finance director that, maybe it makes more sense to finance it over time versus spend those funds out. Maybe, we can explore seeing if we can get a larger loan at the nice interest rate that we were offered for this. But that's where I'm at. I really think we need to achieve the parking study's goals of 150 spaces. And I think the 5-story design will do that with the green space on top. Not an event space, but greenery.
Thank you. Just marking down our time here. Well, I love the idea of the event space on top, but we're value engineering right from here. Okay, so I think that's pretty much gone, except greenery is great. 5 stories makes me a little nervous in terms of height. However, and I was talking to the theater people today, from Lake Avenue, you're not going to see this thing. The theater, people talk about this monstrosity in the middle of the city. You're not going to see it from Lake Avenue. The 2-story, we have setbacks, the way we do a motor, that's going to take an effect. The only place that's going to have more of an effect is, First Avenue South. That's going to be a little, block from my house, but I'm willing to live with it. Mr. Waters, you had said something about the height of the state. It's going higher at the wrong end.
Yes, as it's designed, as you go up the ramps, the highest part of the garage will be on the south end of it.
What if we flip it? Can we flip it?
Well, then you'd have to enter it from the north side versus the south side because you have to enter on the lower end of the garage. And you all gave direction that you wanted to enter from First Avenue, I think, about 6 months ago.
Yeah.
The concept that was in WGI had you entering the garage from K Street.
Right.
And it was determined, since that was a one-way street, was not the most appealing place to have the entrance.
Okay. And again, we have, when a building is built, we get the picture of this, this box with nothing around it. But I think within terms of city, when you're driving around, I mean, if you're right there, yes, you're going to look up, but it's not going to be, the Lucerne is how many stories? We're talking about 5 stories. Lucerne's more than 5 stories. I think it's 6.
I don't think so.
The Lucerne is technically 6, and it's maxed out at 65 feet, but it's actually technically a little bit taller than that with the things that are stuck on the roof.
So what about this 58 feet now? Can we get a?
Well, you have 2 problems. You have the LDR issue of 56 feet 3 inches.
Yeah.
You also have the parameters of our historic preservation guidelines that dictate that transitioning from commercial to residential requires a step down. We just argued WMOTA went from 3 stories to 4 stories to 5 stories as it moved north up L Street. And now we're arguing the opposite with the parking garage. No, the building's getting taller as you move north,
Taller as you get north, yeah.
but the garage is getting taller as you move south, which is the complete opposite of what we argued with WMOTA,
So what's your suggestion?
that you do a 4-story parking garage.
What was the, I'm sorry, Chris, what was the height again?
58.
Right, so 2 inches, or 2
No,
feet.
more than
2 feet.
And we don't have an option under our code or comp plan to provide variances for height.
Well,
We can do a comp plan amendment.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
So we're hearing from Mr. Waters that we can't go to 5 feet.
Now, you could go to the version that's 4 stories and a half a 5th floor, which I think we have a price for, which is kind of a reiteration, and that's the 5th floor is is half a level, and it's closer to Lucerne, where it wouldn't be a problem with the transition to the street on the neighborhood. I believe it was a little shorter than this building.
So that is what option 2 that we presented in July. The 5 levels was really just a half of a 5th level.
Financially, that doesn't make any sense. It's 37,000. Yeah.
So
Can we go in the ground?
what William is proposing would be an option that is not on the board here, which is like an option 1.5. So it would, understandably, is to say that we did a half level on like one end, the north end would be 5 levels, but the south end would be 4, so it would have a kind of top level.
Yeah, you're gonna take the larger footprint of option, of option 1, and you're gonna extend it up at the roof level, so to the north, so it'll be one more ramp on the left side, all the way up to on the north end of the garage. So it'll create that kind of partial 5th level.
Well, it seems like if we can't do it at 58 feet, you're telling us we can't.
You can't, for 2 reasons.
That's a simple answer, right? So we need to lose 2 feet 6 inches, and we can do it.
Yes.
Madam Mayor,
to
my
ans-
light's been on for a
I
very long
understand
time.
that, Mr., and I'm still in the middle.
Just
of
to
my
try to
thinking.
clarify again, so on the right-hand side and the left-hand side, there's a 5th level. The 5th level on the right-hand side goes up to 52 feet 9 inches. The 5th level on the left-hand side goes up to 58 feet, because you're on ramps every
Right.
time.
So if
So
we-
what William was describing was that left-hand side doesn't have a 5th floor, it only has 4 floors. So that's the 4.5 option, that's not.
And it does not exceed the height requirement. Basically, half of that top level.
Yeah, please.
Half of that top level to your left will be chopped off.
Okay, thank you. So that's the only way that we could do it, really, it sounds like, we wouldn't get
Which is less spots.
that's what I was just gonna go for.
Yeah.
How many less spots is it? But I mean, if we can't do it the other way, we can't do it the other way. It seems like. I see everybody's lights on, I'm still on my. You've got 12 seconds.
Yes,
No, I'm I'm just telling Mr. Segridge to be,
Code is designed so that you have a transition from taller buildings to shorter ones as you approach residential. Hence, why WMOTA was designed the way it was. If WMOTA went the same argument that we're having here, it would be 5 stories all the way to first. Instead of a 3-story, a setback, a 4-story, a setback, a 5th floor.
so what are you saying?
I'm saying, I was asked to explain why we could not set back something and have the 5th floor go all the way to first. It doesn't work with our code. If you want to change our code, I'll write it up and we'll.
I think we've got it pretty settled that we can't go 5 stories all the way. That the only way we could do would be to not, bless you, to lose some spaces, but to do it within the allowable way to do it. Yeah?
So that's a partial 5th level?
Yeah. And how many spaces, do we know how many spaces that would be?
Maybe you might add another 20 plus spaces up there by doing that dog leg, going up to a partial 5th floor.
So that only gets us,
You did 20 spaces more would be. 20 spaces more would be up to 301 from the.
It's just, I mean, it's not you can't.
But that's way expensive.
There's costs associated with it.
Yeah.
It's not that, you know, a foot maybe, you probably could pull it off, but then you have to start stepping things up and people have to get out of the garage. On the ground floor, now you got ramps, steps. So, it's not that you can't do it.
okay, Mr. McBoy, you've got 2 minutes and 37 seconds.
Okay, first, I want to be clear that it seems to me that this whole concept of parking garage, paid parking downtown really ought to be brought to a public vote before it even goes anywhere, because a lot of people have expressed a lot of concern. It would be nice if there were some studies that looked at the economics of the paid parking and whether that in fact helps the businesses or hurts them. There was a comment made that nobody knows the future, referring to what the parking needs are. I would remind my colleagues that sitting where Brent and Bruno are sitting now, we had a presentation from experts at a national level on P3s. When I talked to that gentleman afterwards, he said that the industry standard number that they use when they're thinking about P3s all around the country is to assume that parking will decline, parking demand, parking need will decline by 2% a year. It doesn't sound very much, but I dug out my little calculator here, or Excel sheet. 2% a year is 22% in 10 years. And think about it. What is the trend nationwide? The trend is less brick and mortar, more online purchase, is less car-related transportation, more alternative transportation. So both of those things suggest that that industry number, which is a number used by people who are not crazy tree huggers or some weird thing, it's people who build big projects, they're using that number. That suggests that we can know something, a reasonable estimate of the future, and it's reduced parking demand, not increased. Given all that, I would think very hard about going to 5 stories or 4.5. I would not go bigger. Couple other things. Trees, shade for the top, make it more of a green project. The trees would probably, to be any use, have to go down the center line. I don't know if that works with your parking space. I don't know if you can fit them in. If you put them in the center line, you will never see those trees from anywhere except the next building next door that we approve a couple of years from now that's also 4 or 5 stories. You won't see them from the ground. So don't think that that's greening the project. Heat island effect, the little dribble of trees you put up there isn't going to have any major heat effect.
Madam Mayor, that's time.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
I would add that also
No,
this
your time is up. Mr. Segridge,
includes
Mr.
demolishing historic buildings that we said we
Mr.
wouldn't do.
Segridge is up.
So looking at the option 3 design, the first floor, the entrance level, it's at 16 and 6 inches, 16 foot at 6 inches. Is it possible to lower the height of that by 1 foot 9 inches? Sure it would. Because it wouldn't change the ramps at all.
So the issue is the ramps getting into the garage from the south side and allowing for ADA van accessible parking height clearances that are occurring on the north end. And so tying those two together, the dimension is what you're seeing there, the 16 feet. You need to have clearance to be able to get in the garage, go with the ramp into the garage. You need to have.
So it has to be 16 feet.
Right. It's just the math. By the time you put the headache bar, you got the spandrel, the beam there, you need that height on that.
And the second question is to Mr. Waters. To change the height, it would have to be referendum. And aren't we talking about potential height changes in the referendums?
It does not require height referenda. It does require changing the comp plan and the height table that's in it, and then consequently the LDRs themselves.
Okay.
Because the charter allows up to 65 feet downtown, we don't have a mechanism to get to that height.
I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means.
It means it's possible. We just have to do work and change some things.
Okay, so we have all our comments now in. Madam Clerk, I have blue cards here. Do you have cards from the public?
Yes, I have one person waiting to speak on Zoom and 4 comments.
Okay, we're gonna do the folks that are here first. Ms. Ramsey McLeod, followed by Jeannie Powell. All right, hold on one second. We still have our public comments. Hold on one second.
I'm waiting.
Okay, Ramsey McLeod.
Are we good now?
Yeah.
Okay. Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. W Moda has agreed to finance $8.5 million for us for this structure, and I really want you to keep that in mind when deciding how long and how high you want this parking garage to be. The last time this came before you, members of the dais seemed to want to go all out to maximize the size and space of this parking garage. Therefore, I implore you to stay at a dollar figure that is closer to our offered financing due to the increasing costs of goods, labor, and the potential impact of tariffs. In addition, construction won't even start until the end of 2026, so the cost will be even higher. We don't need an entertainment area on the top deck, and landscaping should never be placed on concrete because it will eventually compromise it. You should be focusing on what is the max you can get this go-round for the money you've been allocated to spend. As time passes, we can budget for the structure to be painted, decorated, or enhanced as we choose. We need a bare-bones structure that we can get up and operational as soon as possible, as construction will cause an even greater parking nightmare when the current spaces are lost. I do like the idea of moving the EV parking to an existing outdoor parking lot. The money saved on the fire suppression system may help lower the above-budget difference. Building a garage based on a per parking space cost, but not taking into account the amount of debt you are creating, is not being fiscally responsible. For those of you who feel this garage means it's a guarantee to introduce paid parking downtown, that is not as certain. Until WGI comes back with their assessment of how our parking is being utilized, nothing is a given. So please stop the unfounded lies you are spreading. We have Circuit as an option to access our downtown establishments should you not want to drive, and I encourage you to try it. It is very affordable and easily utilized.
Thank you, Jeannie Powell, followed by Catherine Kohlmeyer, followed by David Sims.
Jenny Powell, 224 North Palm Way. It's too late at night to make a decision on this. I mean, this is ridiculous. This needs, and you've still got the charter amendments coming up. This is crazy. I would agree with most of what Ramsey said. This whole project, I mean, I'm not in favor of parking garage anyway, but the mission creep, if you're going to build a parking garage, try to keep it as close to what you promised in the first place. I mean, everything has been mission creep about this project. the museum, then the size of the apartments, and then the subsidies for affordable housing so they could have affordable housing. This many spaces and this many stories for the garage, and now we're going up to 5 stories, and we find out we can't go to 5 stories because of our code. It just is overwhelming. And at this hour of the night, we're talking, more millions of dollars to get the 4-story. That's going to be in addition to what we had before, I believe. I could be wrong. I also want to know why. I think I know why, but why would we only be getting $420,000 back from Mr. Weiner? Is that $80,000 that would be spent to demolish the historic homes? Is that why that number differs? I assume. Okay. Well, we're making assumptions that that's going to happen. So yeah, there's like a 0 chance that those homes are not going to be demolished. So that's another thing that was in the agreement, that those homes would be saved. I understand you're trying to save money, but that's not a reason for. That's what we learned at the meeting when we discussed this before, is that financial consideration was not a reason for demolishing homes.
Thank you, that's
the
time.
next day, they found a way around that.
Thank you, Jean. Up next is Catherine Colmeyer, followed by David Sims. Followed by, Laura, do you want to?
Yes.
Left. Oh, you do want to speak, okay.
Catherine Colmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. I agree with Ginny. I was looking at a W. Moder public relations paper. Where will residents and visitors park? Why underground parking? The decision to construct underground parking is driven by the need to preserve the historic and residential character of the neighborhood. An above-ground parking structure would detract from the architectural and historical value of the area. Well, that's L&M Street. K Street's like 2 blocks up the road. K Street is in our downtown. So the reason that they put, you're speaking on one side of your mouth, or we want to save the historic nature of the town, and then completely disregarding it on the other side. The mission creep is scary, and when I walk through downtown, I live there, I see endless parking lots with no cars in them belonging to churches and also the city and some private businesses. There must be a way to utilize those parking lots when people, you can get agreements with people. Why has this not been pursued? This is so irresponsible. And then I hear people make comments, like side comments, like, well, we can change the rules. That's obviously what this commission by majority would like to do, is change the rules. How can we get around the height limits? How can we get around this rule? How can we get around that comprehensive plan? You're not interested, I don't think, in having integrity about the historic nature of this town. You'll speak about it, but that's not your aim. I don't really know what your aim is. Thank you.
Thank you. David Sims, followed by Laura Devlin.
David Sims, 715 North L Street. When W. Moda was proposed, the parking garage was said to be $8.5 million when that package was being sold to us. Now we're looking at a figure for 4 stories, $9.7 million. The 5-story was 11.9, so it's just gone up more. So, we were told 8.5 million. Now we're at, for the 4-story, 9.7 million. That's off the top. And I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. We have a garage over by the Bohemian. It's empty. We lose a few $100,000 a year. You get some revenue, but it doesn't cover the leasing or the maintenance. And now you want to build another garage for 9.7 million. Now, I'm pretty sure, I'll give you this. A garage downtown would probably do better than the garage over by the Bohemian. But would it be filled? I mean, you got street parking. People will probably take the street parking before the garage. And the parking isn't always full. I mean, sometimes it's full and you need parking, but most of the time here, there's a lot of empty spaces on the street. So there's a good chance that this garage might be not full for a good portion of the time. Commissioner Segridge said 5 stories would have a better cost per space. Well, better cost per space, but if you have more spaces that are empty, that doesn't help you. Then there's also the issue of you want to demolish, you want to save some money by demolishing the historic structure instead of relocating it. Well, again, when the WMOTA was proposed, you said, okay, we're going to relocate this historic structure to preserve the historic structure in the historic district. And now
Thank
you
you,
can
that's
demolish it
time.
for convenience. That's not acceptable. I oppose this project.
Thank you very much. Lord Evelyn.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Laura Devlin, 727 North J Street. I just want to say, first of all, that I'm speaking only as a Lake Worth Beach resident and not in my capacity as an HRPB board member. I strenuously object to demolishing the 2 historic and contributing structures to expand the parking garage footprint. Many residents have been ambivalent about this project from the start, but have offered support only because of your commitment to do the relocations. At a minimum, the Leisure Services Building should be preserved. There's been work done to improve and harden that structure fairly recently. I'm proposing as a compromise, if this possible compromise is adopted, relocating only the Leisure Services buildings and not the other contributing structures, that could potentially reduce the developer's contribution by approximately 50%. I personally see no reason why we need to have a 5-story parking garage, since there are concerns about the need for the garage by some residents in the first place. We also need to be aware there is a full year until a final vote by the commission on this project, and construction costs with tariffs will likely only increase. The city can't afford 5 stories. Between the Bohemian and this garage, we will have 2 parking structures in our little city. In time, car use perhaps, as Commissioner Voy mentioned, car use perhaps will be less with alternative transportation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Kara Jennings, last one, I'll read this parking garage, Kara Jennings, North C Street. This parking garage is unnecessary and a waste of public money. We have an empty garage at the Bohemian. Do not waste our limited public funds. Madam Clerk, you're up.
Okay, Sam Goodstein is going to appear by Zoom. Sam, are you there?
I am.
Okay, your 2 minutes starts now.
Okay. There are 2 things in this world that we have a limited quantity of: land and time. This is too close a location to downtown to use for parking deck.
Sam, can you speak up a little bit? We're having trouble hearing you. Can you get closer to your mic?
There are 2 things in this world that are limited: time and land. That better?
Yes, thank you.
This is too close a location to downtown to use for a parking deck. Given that our only mode of growth is upwards, density is our road to a bigger town and more business downtown, not cars. It may not be 5 years down the road, it may be 25, but using this way is a mistake. Plus, financing a large project, even at a favorable terms, puts us in debt, and the economy is in jitters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goodstein.
Okay, I have 4 comments. Susan Mason 806 North M Street. Lake Worth Beach does not need a parking garage, paid parking, or any of these so-called improvements. Free street parking allows easy access to our fun local businesses for a quick run-in to grab something or to linger and not worry about paying more or being towed. Stop wasting all this taxpayer money on these shiny projects and keep Lake Worth Beach weird. And that is in a good way, like Portland, Oregon, and Austin, Texas. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The next comment is from Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. I'm against the proposed parking garage design suggestions listed in this agenda item. The public was promised a garage that would fit into our historic Old Town. To fulfill that promise, the public was guaranteed that the historic structures would be moved to this property parcel and placed to buffer the giant concrete garage box from the historic structures to the south. Instead, the commission is now looking to demolish the historic structures, something no private resident could obtain. Rules for thee, not for me, banks the CRA in city, and build a 5-story concrete parking structure to the edge of the parcel. Clearly, we were all sold a bill of goods, and this is a bait and switch. I guess certain commissioners did figure out that the garage as originally proposed didn't actually net any public parking spots. I would be thankful that some on the commission can now math the math, as they say. But sadly, the result of looking at the actual numbers hasn't meant that the commission has abandoned this parking garage folly and the paid parking disaster as they go hand in hand. But instead, the realization that the math didn't math has prompted this body to double down and move to destroy the historic structures and build a giant towering 5-story garage in the middle of our historic neighborhood. Hey, why not make it 6 stories or 10 stories, since all this point, what was promised to residents is long gone. Hundreds of cars are going to be going down First Avenue South and K Street each day, and the traffic is going to be a disaster. So why not just embrace it at this point and net more than 100 new spots? This all stinks of pay to play to benefit a developer, so I'm against all of this. That's time on that. Irene Katz, 418 North Federal Highway. Any cost or size increase of this hideous, unnecessary, unwanted, wasteful garage is totally unacceptable. To continue with this entire WMOTA project as it is currently envisioned is a great waste of public property and funds. And the last comment is from Kim Stokes, 1321 North L Street. It looks like you are considering pulling even more money away from the neighborhoods and residents to fund this garage. This is a huge mistake. You are gambling with our money during a time of great economic uncertainty. Restaurants and businesses are struggling, and it looks like the cost of goods is only going up. Now you want to make people pay to park in order to visit businesses. There is no need to build this garage now. Please stop, put the money away, and revisit when the demand is actually here. That's the last comment, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. So here we are, 1 minute before 11 o'clock, which leaves us in kind of okay, we can continue on after 11 on this issue. All right. So where are we at now? We've all had our 5 minutes of comment. Does somebody have a motion?
Are we doing a motion?
They want us to
I
just.
thought they wanted us to make choices.
So
What are you looking for?
we do need direction, basically, like the timeline I showed. As per the agreement, we provided the design team provided the design concepts in June, presented in July, and in August, we have to make a decision on where do we send them forward. If we pick a 5-floor garage versus a 4-floor garage, the design plans are going to be done with a different foundation, different, concrete and steel design sizing, different pump pressures and pipes and things. So at the end of tonight's meeting, we need to give direction and allow the design team to put those plans together. And ideally, we pick a plan that we're going to stick with, because revisiting that is time and cost prohibitive.
I make a motion. Can I make a motion?
Sure, go ahead.
to approve giving direction to go ahead and do the 4-story garage, the option 1 from August,
Not with the half five?
not with the half 5.
I second.
Any discussion on that motion? Mr. McBoy, is that usual light on that motion? That's what we're doing right now. Is it yet? Okay, Mr. Segridge?
I think just given the parking study and what it says our needs are, the net gain of spaces from that doesn't meet it. I would rather see us try to also address some of the issues that Mr. Waters brought up about it kind of being backwards in terms of where the height goes. That's an issue that still exists in the 4-story versus 5-story. I think that warrants some discussion. But looking at it and saying, you know, we're about 1 foot 9 inches off on the 5-story being workable by those numbers. I think we need to explore ways of making that happen. So I just don't think the 4-story nets us enough spaces to make this worthwhile.
Thank you. You comment on this? Okay. So,
Yes, I do.
I'm sorry?
I do want to comment.
Real quick.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't want to bend the rules anymore. And our rules are our rules, our height is our height, and I don't want to start rewriting comp plans and LDRs to make this work. If we know that the height was 56.3, then it should have just been told to us,
Right.
you can't do 5 floors. It's too tall, it's not gonna work. I'm not a commissioner who's gonna rewrite stuff to make stuff work for the city. I wouldn't do that for somebody walking in here. I just don't think that that's the right approach. So,
0.25.
what's that?
Nothing, 0.25, not 0.3.
Whatever. I'm not in favor of that. As much as I would love to gain the net spaces, I wish that was workable. And I mean, I'm not in favor. I'm gonna stick with the 4 floors.
I just have a question. Would 4.5 violate our height?
I just don't know if the half floor fiscally makes sense for the amount of spaces that you get. It did not seem to math, as they say.
You are.
I am a math, yeah, might not be if I don't go to
All
work
right, well, I'll
tomorrow.
call that.
Wait, one other question for you, Brian. When we were looking at the first floor and we talked about moving those EV spots out, we did say that we could pick up 1 or 2 extra spots on the first floor if we moved all those EVs out, correct?
It looked like you could maybe get 2 spaces more on the ground floor.
Okay,
Moving
so
those out,
2 more spots if we take all the EVs out, and we're saving on the fire suppression,
potentially, yes.
essentially. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay, so we have a motion to do a 4-story and we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
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 Okay, do I have another motion?
I'll make a motion. I move that we actually listen to our residents, and a wide range of them, who've said that this whole project was a really lousy idea, and that we don't do it. That's my motion.
Is there a second? Calling again for a second? Finding none, the motion fails. So we need another motion.
I just had
Mr. Sigridge?
one question for
Sure.
them, and then I've been making a motion
Okay, one
based on the
question
answer.
for them.
So it seems like the height issue comes into effect with the, whatever it's called, above the stairwell. Is that a necessary architectural feature by code to have that stairwell covered on that one particular location? Or could that be an open stairwell and not have that parapet or whatever you called it?
Well, you're talking about the shaft of the the stair itself.
That seems to be what is getting us over our
The
height
problem is
limit.
you could go with an open stair. The thing is, you don't have enough travel distance from the top deck all the way down to ground floor to maintain an open stair that's just open without any roof on it. So you have to enclose it. You have to be able to create separation from that roof deck. Once you get into the stair, get down to grade. If that makes any sense. If I keep it open, if I have the stair open, there's not enough travel distance from the top of the garage to be able to go down that stair and then exit that building. So I don't have any separation. So my travel distance starts at the roof all the way to grade.
I'm just talking about the covering over
No,
it.
that's what I'm saying. The covering is part of the shaft. So it's got the roof,
Understood.
it's a core, and it's creating a separation so you're safe once you get inside the stairwell.
Understood. And is it necessary to have that particular stairwell go all the way to the top level?
Yes.
Okay. So I would make a motion to do the 4.5-story garage.
Do I have a second?
We don't know the cost of that, and we don't know what the parking, how many spots I'm gonna get, correct?
Unfortunately, no, that was not something that we had considered, so we don't have a cost or the number of spaces.
20 spaces, I'd have to. There is a cost associated with it.
So I would
I
amend,
could,
I would amend my motion to have them just come back with that cost.
is it gonna be under the 56.3 feet,
It would be.
even with the,
Yeah, if you're just doing that
Stairwell.
partial, we're fine.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. We have a motion, we have a second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye. Nay.
Aye.
That's 4 ayes and a nay. Thank you very much.
Motion
And
to
we're done.
adjourn?
Madam Mayor,
Yep.
have you officially adjourned yet?
Well, we haven't yet. Mr. McVoy made
We
it.
have a motion to adjourn, which is
Folks, we
a
heard that
non-interruptible motion.
Mr. Brown would like to just make a quick statement.
What, the items we did not get to tonight will automatically shift to the September 2nd
Yep.
commission meeting.
Oh, September 2nd.
Yeah, our next.
Can you put them at the top of that meeting, though?
Yeah.
We'll
Yeah.
arrange it. You heard that, Madam Clerk, correct?
I heard it.
Good. Glad to hear it. We have a motion, and do I have a second for adjournment?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. Good